Factor is about 4 to 5. He has been able to see this factor to 500, which means it's almost 100 times more. It means that for the same applied size, same size of factor, you have a 500 times magnetic. So he has been, yes, he has been able to align that is strength of the electrons.
One to him, I
Why? Which is called 5. Memory to now this that is what seems good thing to make now. बहुत बड़ा achievement है ये अभी ऊपर it is yes 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 हमने कहा भाई अगर परमिशन हो तो हम बता दें वहाँ पे हमने कहा भाई दूसरे की चीज़ें पहले बताने के पहले तो बोले you go ahead नहीं वो भी बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है अमरीश का काम भी बहुत वो अपना नंबर पता है
जाइए आप जाइए
नंबर पता है
Saha.
उन्होंने
करा रहे थे बगल में रख दिया चेहरा गेट रहता है वो एक सबसे बड़ी बात
कहीं नहीं मिलेगा वो हमारा रिलायंस क्या हुआ था
छोटा लाभ बाकी बेकार चीज रहने खासतौर से मेन आपका सेंस नहीं नाम
ऐसा मत कीजिए हमने यूएस में जब हमारे कुछ बोलेंगे अरे बात तू ही आ गई
उस कमरे में भी चल रहा है ना, यूट्यूब पे हो गया नहीं, उस कमरे में ब्रॉडकास्टिंग हो रही है टीवी पे, कुछ बच्चों को भी उधर किया जा सकता है, बच्चे हैं वहाँ पे।
And if you seated, we are going to start.
Honorable Vice Chancellor is here. Now we will start the function for me. I request now Dr. Nitu Agarwal to start the proceedings.
A very pleasant morning and a very warm welcome to all esteemed academia present here on the occasion of the inaugural function of the Centenary celebration of the Department of Physics and Meghnad Saha Memorial Lecture. Today, we are honored to have with us the visionary leader, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam Professor Sangeeta Shrivastava, whose guidance has steered this institution towards excellence. Gracing the occasion as the chief guest is the eminent physicist Padma Bhushan Professor Deepak Garg, whose profound contribution privileged to have among us Professor Naveen Kumar Singh Gaur as our guest of honor. Naveen Kumar Singh Gaur as our guest of honor, who is superannuated distinguished professor of our department, and his efforts as the Minister of Higher Education has brought the Meghnad Saha Chair Nidhi Fund for the department. We are also privileged to have our guest of honor, Professor Gautam Gangopadhyay, who is an eminent physicist and actively contributes for the science communication and history of science. We are delighted to welcome Professor Tejan Sharma ji, the Dean Faculty of Science, who is here joining us for the occasion. Also, we welcome Professor S.I. Rizvi, the Dean Research and Development. Thank you, sir, for joining us. We extend warm greetings to the current and former head of the Department of Physics, along with the distinguished former faculty members of the Department of Physics, senior professors, all the esteemed faculty and students of University of Allahabad here gracing the occasion. A heartfelt welcome to all. As we embark on this celebration reflecting the rich history of our department, we realize that this day is going to be filled with inspiration and nostalgia as well. To begin with the Deep Prajalan ceremony, may I request all the dignitaries on the dais for Deep Prajalan before Ma Saraswati and seeking her divine blessings for our journey ahead. As we are gathered to honor knowledge and creativity, let the auspicious aura of Saraswati Vandana guide us. We have our students ready for this. I request Ms. Aradhana and her team for the same.
अज्ञानिता से हमें तार दे माँ, शारदे माँ, शारदे माँ। अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, तू स्वर की देवी संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा हर गीत तुझसे। हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं अधूरे, तेरी शरण हमें प्यार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ। अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। मुनियों ने समझी, मुनियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी। हम भी तो समझे, हम भी तो दे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ तू श्वेत वदनी कमल पर विराजे हाथों में वीणा मुकुट सर पे साजे मन से हमारे मिटा के अंधेरे हमको उजालों का संसार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ
Let us continue our welcome ceremony as we express our deepest gratitude to one crucial Professor Meghnad for gracing us with his presence. We now request Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam Professor Sangeeta Srivastava to please welcome Professor Meghnad presenting a bouquet. Centenary star and woman. We are now request the head of the Department of Physics, Professor Niti Tiwari, to present Centenary Star, bouquet, and memento to Honorable Vice We now request convener Professor K.R. Gupta to please welcome I now finally request convener Professor K.R. Gupta to please welcome our esteemed guest of honor, Professor N.P.S. Lord, with presenting bouquet. Centenary star and woman. We now request to please welcome our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Gautam Gangopathyay, representing bouquet, Centenary star and memento. We now request Professor Rohit Kumar to welcome Dean Faculty of Science, bouquet and memento. We now request Professor Ashil Kumar to welcome
Deepak, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam Professor Sangeeta Srivastava, Professor S.P.S. Gaur, our guest of honor, who, when he was Minister of Higher Education, he granted Saha chair visit to the department, and out of that fund, we are organizing this function. Professor Gautam Gangopadhyay, who all the way came from Kolkata, soon he is going to become grandpa. Maybe in this very time that he will be delivering his lecture, and the cesarean operation of his daughter will be taking place in Delhi. And immediately after this function, he will go to Delhi to attend to his daughter, as he is a very naughty father. From our dean, Professor Bejan Sharma, our ex-head of department and senior retired faculty members, Honorable Professor Indira Mehrotra, Professor A.K. Mittal, our guest who has come from Kalapattam to deliver the lecture, Professor Avdesh Mani, Professor A.M. Vishnoi, Dr. Govind Darbari of Darbari Industries fame, Professor Chitra Dar, Professor K.P. Tiwari, Professor Rajaram Yadav, Professor Ram Gopal, Professor N.K. Shukla, Professor Ram Kripal, Professor A.K. Rai, all the senior professors, Professor Prathma, Professor P.S. Yadav, Professor Loken Kumar, R.K. Anand, and Professor Ashil Kumar. Professor B.K. Ghosh has just arrived. So, welcome, sir. My dear students and member of academia from other faculties, as I stand to welcome you all, I am choked with emotions. It's an overwhelming moment for us. Our department was depleted. We were barely surviving with just 8 faculty members. And the Herculean task of our Honorable Vice Chancellor filled this department with greenery, and we got 21 faculty members. 5 associate professors and 50 associate professors just a year back. Within a span of 1.5 years, she could fill 350 posts. So, a very warm welcome to you, madam. I have been a student of this very place. Walking in the corridor of this department, I used to get sad because our ranks got depleted. Once Professor Indira Mehrotra, Professor A.K. Mittal retired from the faculty, I was feeling very alone. We have filled the department. Again, very warm welcome to you. Professor Deepak Dhan is a very simple person. The better half, Madam Manjudhar, is sick. Despite that, he took the pain to come to Allahabad. I just said it's a function of the basic sciences department. And of course, your work has promoted basic sciences. So please do come, and he came. I am feeling little guilty also that Madam is still sick, and he came all the way from Pune to Allahabad for this function. Very warm welcome, sir. And very warm. Professor Gautam Gangopadhyay, very warm greetings to you for coming here. He is a science historian. He has written books on Meghnad Saha. He has written books on S.N. Bose, and he is dedicated for science popularization. He has, from the folklore of the Kolkata University, I have heard that he has gone to the village of Professor Meghnad Saha. So that's why I called him over here for this occasion. Actually, Meghnad Saha established a physics fraternity, and in Calcutta University he did a lot of work. So without the participation of expert from Kolkata University, this function wouldn't have been complete. So very warm welcome, Professor. my dean, Professor Dejan Sharma, who is a very friendly and always ready to come to the functions. Very, very warm welcome, sir. I welcome all my retired faculty members, senior professors from whose guidance we have learned a lot in this very department, in the labs. You all have come. I am quite elated and very, very warm welcome, sir. I am quite elated, but it is a very humbling experience that you are here to guide us in all our thick and thins. There would be a bit of, I will be boring you with a bit of a history, but this is 100 years of the department. So, naturally, you have to put up with a bit of history, which I will be sharing with you. I divide this growth of this department 100 years. 100 years is not a small time. So I divide it in the ancient classical era of the department, right from Meghnad, Saha to Professor K. And then the medieval period, which I consider myself a medieval period, and then the modern period that Madam appointed you once. So the modern period starts, and I am in the buffer zone. Actually, I consider in the buffer zone, I mediate between the medieval and the modern. So I would read, and please bear with me for few minutes. I would not take long, maybe 5 to 6 minutes. I will finish. The legendary Professor Meghnad Saha, the Fellow of Royal Society, laid the foundation of Department of Physics in the year 1923 and remained head till 1938. Professor Saha's feet were firmly rooted in suburban landscape of Mother India. He began with bigger resources, having one reader, one lecturer, 2 demonstrators, and 120 of undergraduate students. With almost nothing to start with, Saha established undergraduate, postgraduate labs, library, and workshop. He designed and built a very high temperature furnace in the workshop, where he could verify his groundbreaking Saha ionization theory that unlocked the mystery of his stellar spectroscopy. His contributions were described by Arthur Eddington among the 12 important landmarks of the subject. Saha's School of Physics at Allahabad University produced several erudite scholars like D.S. Kothari, P.K. Kichlu, Nag Chaudhary, Asti Majumdar, who had various prestigious positions such as the chairman of the University Grant Commission, scientific advisor to the Ministry of Defence, director of National Physical Laboratory, member of Planning Commission, Vice Chancellor Jawaharlal Nehru University. After Saha, Nobel laureate Professor Erwin Schrödinger was offered the position of professor and head of department. That time, Vice Chancellor was Professor Amarnath Jha, 1938 I am talking about. Although he accepted the offer, World War II prevented him from joining the post. Professor K.S. Krishnan, who had worked with C.V. Raman, took the charge of department after Professor Saha in 1938 to 47. Professor Krishnan managed the department by his research works in the area of magnetic lens and anisotropy of diamagnetic and paramagnetic crystals. The department's research capabilities were further enhanced by Professor R.N. Ghosh's collaboration with Professor Raman and Kolkata on musical instruments. Professor R.N. Ghosh was head of the physics from 1949 to 1952. He spearheaded acoustical analysis to improve the Hall's acoustic. He also initiated ultrasonic studies and designed an interferometer to measure ultrasonic velocity and absorption in liquids. The research in the field of ultrasonic was accelerated by Professor G.S. Verma and Professor S.K. Kaur. Professor K. Banerjee was head of the department 1952 to 59, began work on X-ray studies of crystals, which led to the growth of X-ray laboratory. Dr. G.B. Taylor designed and fabricated a curved spectrograph for recording extremely weak emission of X-ray spectroscopy. Professor Vipin Kumar Agarwal later joined this spectroscopy group. Professor Rajen Singh, popularly known as Raju Bhaiya. Now here the medieval era begins. So that time is done. So Professor Rajan Singh, popularly known as Raju Bhaiya, acted as head of the department from 1959 to 1961. He was an excellent teacher and orator who worked on social and cultural front. Professor K.S. Singhvi initiated the theoretical and experimental investigations of Earth and other planetary atmospheres, carrying forward the legacy of Professor Saha, Professor K. Majumdar, Professor Devendra Sharma, Professor Hari Mohan, and Professor Deven Verma worked in the lab of Allahabad, the famous Allahabad. Hari Mohan, Professor Y. Varshney, Professor Murli Manohar Joshi, Professor N.K. Gaur made the significant contributions in the field of spectroscopy. Currently, Professor K. Uttam is actively pursuing the field and publishing prolifically. Professor A.K. Rai established the laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy laboratory and actively worked in this area with prolific publications. Professor Vachaspati, 67 to 94, and his group made significant contributions to quantum optics, nonlinear optics. Later, Professor Naresh Chandra, Professor Hari Prakash, Professor Ratna Prakash took forward this field and made important contributions. Professor Krishna Ji, an avant-garde experimentalist, brilliant experimentalist, began working on microwave studies from the ground up. His group designed and created all the required tools such as classroom power supplies, frequency standards, and the departmental workshop. It was the largest group in the department at that time. This work was further carried out by Professor S.H. Srivastava, Professor B.K. Agarwal, Professor Vinod Prakash, Professor G.K. Pandey, Professor Pradeep Kumar, Professor S.C. Srivastava, and other distinguished professors. Professor Suresh Chandra, who later joined BHU, did pioneering work in solid-state ionics. Professor S.H. Srivastava and Professor B.K. Agarwal established impedance spectroscopy lab and advanced experimental work in the area of liquid crystals. Professor S.A. Joshi did pioneering research in condensed matter theory. Professor P.K. Sharma was a brilliant teacher and researcher. I'm known for Sharma Joshi model in condensed matter theory. Professor B.K. Agarwal extended the work to high DC superconductor and complex ab initio calculations of physical properties of nanostructures. Professor B.K. Bose and Professor P.S. Yadav continued the ab initio calculations. Professor C.M. Mandari was a great theoretician, a great teacher, and great educator, great communicator as well. Professor C.M. Mandari was a distinguished theoretical condensed matter physicist who worked on thermal and electrical transport properties of bulk and low dimension nanostructures. He also worked on quantum computation. Professor A.K. Gupta was a versatile teacher and a researcher. Professor Bipin Kumar Agarwal, lovingly we used to call him Nanaji because he dedicated his quantum mechanics book to his Nanaji. So, Nanaji in late 70s and 80s began work in theoretical particle physics, which was rare at that time in Indian universities. He also worked in the experimental X-ray spectroscopy. Later, Professor S.M. Srivastava, Professor A.N. Vishnoy, who is sitting over here, further extended the spectrum of X-ray spectroscopy. Professor Chitradhar is sitting over here. Very warm welcome, madam. And Professor N.G. Sharma worked in the area of particle physics. Professor Indira Mehrotra initiated the research work in the area of nuclear physics and promoted the collaborative research environment in the department. With Indira Mehrotra, I joined this department in 2004, and in 2008 we started the new special paper, nuclear and particle physics, under the guidance of Professor Indira Mehrotra. Professor A.K. Mittal has worked on the theory of chaos fractals and proposed a fractal dust model for the universe. Our department has a tradition of excellence in teaching. On this occasion, I would again remember our excellent teachers for the depth of their teaching: Professor R.N. Ghosh, Raju Bhaiya, Krishna Ji, Bipin Kumar Agarwal, Arvind Mohan, M.M. Joshi, Suresh Chandra, P.K. Sharma, S.H. Srivastava, Vinod Prakash. Vinod Prakash was a teacher par excellence. When we used to get nervous in the examinations, and some of the students, some of us, got so nervous that we thought that we will leave the examination, we will drop this year. Vinod Prakash will come, will make you sit in the examination. I'll give you a glass of water. Then counsel, you write the examination. He did with myself actually, and I could score some 67% in the examination because of him. I owe my career to Professor Vinod Prakash sir. Hari Prakash, C.M. Mandari, Y.M. Gupta were excellent teachers. The department strength got severely depleted. Again, I am repeating that part I have written. So, as no new appointments were made in last 20 years, we were barely surviving in our work with the 8 faculty members, only though the actual sanctioned strength is 42. With the tremendous efforts of Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, the university got rejuvenated by her mission with zeal of making new appointments. She worked relentlessly to appoint more than 350 new faculty members in short span of 1.5 years. The Department of Physics got 21 faculty members, and life is sprung back to the Department of Physics. Now the department is full with youth, vigor, and greenery in literal sense and in metaphorical sense as well. And we have 8 professors, 5 associate professors, and 15 assistant professors. Professor Jen Uttam is working in spectroscopy, publishing prolifically. Professor P.S. Yadav in condensed matter theory. Professor Pradima, Professor Loken are working in the area of nanomaterials, sensors, solar cells. Professor Rajkumar Anand is doing theoretical simulation of shock waves. Professor Ashim Kumar is working in the area of laser plasma interaction. And I, Vivek Kumar Tiwari, I am doing high energy physics, phenomenology, early universe, cosmological, quark and phase transition, and the like things. Currently, the physics department is active. I think last part I will read. The area of fiber optics, I am now talking about this modern era, the new appointments, and there are some of the area of fiber optics, plasmonics, nonlinear optics, laser plasma interaction are the new add-ons by the newly created faculty members, Professor Dr. Rajneesh Kumar Verma, Dr. Niti Kant, Dr. Tiranjita, Dr. Gopikrishnan Saha, whereas the niche area of nanomaterials, green energy, hydrogen energy, transmission electron microscopy, energy storage devices, supercapacitors, solar cells, transmission electron microscopy, magnetic storage media are added to the departmental research profile by Professor Ram Manohar Yadav is the new entrant, Dr. T.P. Yadav, Dr. Kamlesh, Dr. Sarita, Dr. Rajan Walia, Dr. Arvind Kumar, Dr. Manish Kumar Singh, Dr. Dharmendra and Dr. Gagan Sharma. Dr. Karteshwar works in nuclear experimental nuclear physics. Dr. Swatantra Kumar in particle physics, quark phase transition again. Dr. Upendra Singh Kushwaha in solar physics. He is organizing this workshop, Meghnad Saha Memorial workshop dedicated to the Aditya L1 mission in December itself. Dr. Abhishek Paswan, he works in astrophysics, observational astronomy. Dr. Rohit Singh, these are the very brilliant theoreticians we have appointed. Madam has appointed Dr. Rohit Singh, Dr. S.N. Chari, and Dr. Nita are working in the area of phase transitions, critical phenomena, functional renormalization group, studies soft condensed matter physics and computational physics. Though now this modern era I have summarized, though does not sound good, but it is a reality that in recent times the atmosphere of hard work and devotion has been severely diluted. Our aim and hope through this celebration is that the younger generation would get enthused from the life, work, passion and devotion of great scientists who have made landmark contributions and whose research works are celebrated not only in India but all across the globe. Thank you. Thank you one and all for joining us, and once again we welcome you all for the celebrations. Very warmly. Since I forgot, Professor Vinod Prakash sent me a message, Professor Shyamlal Srivastava sent me a message, and they said they were very keen that this message should be read over there. I will be reading those messages. Just a minute. My dear Vivek, thank you very much for your kind invitation to attend the inaugural function of the ceremony celebrations of our department. I am so proud to have been a student of this glorious department, which was founded by Professor Saha and nurtured by so many legendary professors. I am so glad to miss the privilege of listening to the Saha Memorial Lecture by one of our most distinguished alumnus, Professor Deepak Dutt, and also the lectures by distinguished Professor Gautam Upadhyay, Professor N.K. Kaur, and Professor Avdesh Mani. Please do convey my highest regards to them and also my heartfelt thanks to them for delivering their lectures with my best wishes and regards. He wrote, I congratulate Professor Deepak Dutt for delivering the inaugural address of the Centenary celebrations of Physics Department, University of Allahabad. I wish you all grand success of your long celebrations and wish past glory of the department be restored. I want to share one brief news which Dr. Govind Garbari told me. Recently this Nobel Prize of Chemistry was announced and for quantum dots, And there's a famous Russian who works with Professor Rameshwar Bhargava abroad. Professor Rameshwar Bhargava is the alumnus of this department, very distinguished alumnus. Wednesday 4 October 2023, the 23 Nobel Prize in Chemistry has been awarded to a trio of scientists who worked to discover the and develop quantum dots using LED lights and LED screens, as well by surgeons when removing cancer tissue. Movendi, Louis Bros, and Alexei Ekimov were lauded as pioneers in the exploration of nanoworld by the Nobel Committee for Chemistry as it announced the prize in Swedish capital Stockholm on Wednesday. For a long time, nobody thought you could ever actually make such a small particles, but this year's laureates succeeded, said John Aquist, chair of the committee. Movendi, a professor at Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Brussels, Professor Emeritus at Columbia University, are American. Ekimov is a Russian and works for nanocrystal technology in the company, which is based in New York. Dr. Ekimov moved from St. Petersburg, Russia in the late 90s and joined nanocrystal technology in New York, founded by Dr. Rameshwar Bhargava to pursue his passion. So it's a great day, and this news came when having the inaugural session of our centenary celebrations. So it's a great news, and for all the newcomers, for the people of the modern era, this is, sky is the limit. Do whatever you can in science. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Kindly accept our gratitude for bringing the rich history of the department on the stage. May I now invite the Dean, Faculty of Science, Professor Dejan Sharma, for addressing the audience.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Saha, Professor Meghnad, Guest of Honor, Professor A.P.S. Gautam, Professor Gautam Upadhyay, Head of Department, Professor B.K. Nandi, Professor K. Mukherjee, Convener of the event, my all the senior colleagues sitting in front of the dais, my colleagues, research scholars, students and friends. It's really a moment of great honor for me to be here to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and my all colleagues on the dais, and particularly the students who will definitely get inspired out of meeting not many deliberations today for this function. When it was going through this morning about the life of education that Professor Meghnad Saha did through his diary, I was surprised that at the age of 25, he was a learned academician and educationalist researcher, and at the age of 63, he went up. He joined Allahabad. Then, in the age of 36, 37, he was awarded with Royal Fellow of Royal Presidential Society of London, and he was awarded with PhD by the University of Meghnad in 1980, just in the days of 25. So he achieved so many things, that is beyond this moment that I have mentioned for him. And today it is the time for all the youngsters to get inspiration. Anything could be possible, because it is the story of the British colonial when we were not so free as we are today. So we can imagine the kind of constraints that is poured before him for his academic and the research areas. That is not really because we are free and we can do anything that we want. The same thing, just 3 years before, when our new Chancellor, Professor Centenary, invited this university Vice Chancellor, the whole scenario of the university changed. Since we began to realize that this way this university will not prosper. So the first agenda was to fill up all those vacant positions and to provide enough human resources to all the departments, not only the faculty of science, but all the faculty, all the four faculty of science. And she did. I am happy to see that the physics department was once upon a time was left with only 5-6 faculties, is now enriched with a total of about 28 faculties. So now it is the battle in your hands to take it up. You have a very bright and illustrious past, and I am sure that you will make it so in future. So with all this, I welcome all the dignitaries on behalf of the Faculty of Science. One thing I would like to mention here, because many of you may not know it, this morning I was sent a mail by someone, and it was showing the World Scientific Ranking published by AD Scientific Index. And I was surprised to see that more than 50 scientists from science faculty are noted in that. Some of them have retired. And earlier, from 29 to this year, the Stanford University has placed about 10 faculty members from this science faculty in its list of 2% top world ranking scientists. So you are figuring out everywhere in the world. So we need to get this place rather to get inspired and to do about them in the best. So with all this, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Moving further, may I now request the head of the department to conduct the proceedings of the felicitation of the former heads and former senior faculty members of the department. Please, let us begin.
Now I would request our team to honor our ex-head of departments, former faculty members. Yes, memento and scarf. Dr. Indira Mehrotra. Dr. Indira Mehrotra. Our esteemed head of department who started nuclear particle physics lab. Professor A.K. Mittal, I request Professor Pratibha to felicitate Professor A.K. Mittal. Professor A.K. Mittal has been our friend, philosopher and guide. He is still working in several areas. He is interested in how to enrich the curriculum of physics and how to enrich the teaching methods. For this, he is involved in physics. Professor Ram Gopal from the spectroscopy lab. I request Professor Loken Kumar to felicitate Professor Ram Gopal. I request Rajkumar Anand, Dr. Rajkumar Anand to felicitate Dr. Ramkipal. Professor A.N. Vishnoi. I again request Professor Lokesh Kumar to felicitate Professor A.N. Vishnoi. Welcome, sir. Professor Chitradhar, I will felicitate Professor Chitradhar. She was the only party basis over here. Professor Rajaram Yadav. I request Professor Ashim Kumar to felicitate Professor Rajaram Yadav. Now, I request Professor Ekal Ram, A.K. Rai, laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy, got famous with Chandrayaan mission. Professor K.N. Uttam, felicitate Professor A.K. Rai. Professor P.S. Yadav is also ex-head of department. He will be felicitated by Professor Pratima. Now we will also felicitate our fellow professors, professor who prefers to be registrar of the university. Professor N.K. Shukla. Darbari. The brilliant experimentalist is lighting up this hall and this system was set up by Professor. Professor K.P. Tiwari came for here. We will also felicitate Professor K.P. Tiwari. Now we will felicitate our employees. Here our office in charge, retired office in charge Sharma ji is here. We will felicitate Sharma ji. Scarf लेके आओ. Scarf लेके आओ. We'll give the scarves to our employees. Shri Umakant ji, आप भी आइए. पुराने लैब असिस्टेंट Naresh, आइए आप. Naresh used to clean our department like anything. Hiramani, Lakshmikant, yes. Lakshmikant, so several of the retired exec of departments are very old and couldn't come to this function. We have decided in our committee discussions, we have decided that we will go to their home and present them memento and this is done. So now this ceremony is complete.
Thank you, sir. Such a wonderful ceremony. Let us clap for everyone. May I now invite our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Narendra Kumar Singh, who is superannuated distinguished professor of our department, and whose efforts as a Minister of Higher Education brought the Meghnad Saha chair for the department for addressing the audience. Thank you.
Once again, आपके
शताब्दी समारोह हम प्रोफेसर मेघनाद साहब की ईश्वर पे आयोजित इस कार्यक्रम की अध्यक्षता कर रही इलाहाबाद विश्वविद्यालय के प्रिंसिपल प्रोफेसर संगीता श्रीवास्तव जी और मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में आए पद्म भूषण से सम्मानित प्रोफेसर दीपक दत्त, विशिष्ट अतिथि प्रोफेसर गौतम गंगोपाध्याय जी, डीन फैकल्टी ऑफ साइंस प्रोफेसर वेतन शर्मा जी, विभाग के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर विक्रम तिवारी, संयोजक प्रोफेसर के गुप्ता, हमारे सभी साथ में काम किए अवकाश पर शिक्षक बंद, शिक्षकों, छात्रों और दोस्त, मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ विभाग को इस बात के लिए कि आपने शताब्दी समारोह ऐसे शिक्षक और ऐसे कर्मचारी जो विश्वविद्यालय अपने विभाग से अनेकों वर्षों तक जुड़े रहे, उनको आपने सम्मानित किया है। ये एक अनुकरणीय कार्य है। अन्य विभागों में भी होनी चाहिए, इससे लोगों को प्रेरणा मिलती है। अभी हमारे अध्यक्ष जी ने विभाग के बारे में विस्तार से चर्चा की, तो मैं ज़्यादा कुछ जोड़ना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन मुझे गेस्ट का ऑनर बनाया। मैं इस विश्वविद्यालय का छात्र रहा हूँ, इस विभाग का छात्र हूँ, यहाँ पर मैंने पढ़ा और ये हाथ खड़े होकर के पढ़ाया भी। तो मैं यहाँ का छात्र शिक्षक होने के नाते जितने आज हमारे अतिथि आए हैं उनका स्वागत करता हूँ। हम लोग सौभाग्यशाली हैं, इलाहाबाद विश्वविद्यालय और उसके अंतर्गत ये भौतिक विज्ञान विभाग। इलाहाबाद विश्वविद्यालय की एक महान परंपरा रही। देश के अंदर इलाहाबाद विश्वविद्यालय 4 प्राचीनतम विश्वविद्यालयों में से है। हमारे अनेकों विभागों के अंदर ऐसे प्रोफेसर थे जिनका लोग नाम देश पे ही नहीं दुनिया में जाना था और देश के कोने कोने से लोग इलाहाबाद विश्वविद्यालय में पढ़ने गए। और भौतिक विज्ञान विभाग जिसके अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर मेघनाद साहा जैसे महान व्यक्ति रहे हो, वास्तव भौतिक विभाग की क्या उनके बारे में क्या कहना। हमारे अध्यक्ष जी ने बताया, प्रोफेसर कृष्णा, प्रोफेसर सिंह भी आज लोग यहाँ के अध्यक्ष रहे, शिक्षक रहे। ठीक है, मैं 1-2 बातें कहना चाहूँगा। मैं भी यहाँ शिक्षक रहा, यहाँ रिसर्च किया, PhD। यहाँ परंपरा रही है। हमारे कई साथी बैठे हैं जो हम लोगों के साथ में रात भर लोग यहाँ पर कई बार जागते थे और रिसर्च करते थे। तो इसका कहना नहीं पड़ता था, अपने आप मन में था कि हमें अच्छी रिसर्च करना है और विभाग को आगे बढ़ाना है। इस तरह के परंपरा इस विभाग की। और इतने नहीं, हमारे विभाग के जो भी अध्यक्ष रहे, नाम नहीं गिराना चाहूँगा, रिसर्च को इतनी तरह बढ़ावा दिया। कोई भी रिसर्च स्कॉलर, छोटी समस्या नहीं होगी, बड़ी समस्या नहीं होगी, अध्यक्ष के सामने जाता था, अपनी समस्या रखता था, समस्या का समाधान तत्कालीन अध्यक्ष करते थे। ये परंपरा बनी रहनी चाहिए, तभी वास्तव में देखा जाए विभागों के अंदर अच्छी रिसर्च हो सकेगी। जो रिसर्च स्कॉलर है वो आगे बढ़ सके, ये उनको प्रेरणा मिलेगी। इस तरह की परंपरा हमारे विभाग के अंदर। और जहाँ तक शिक्षकों का, हमारे यहाँ पर 1 से 1 अच्छे विद्वान शिक्षक हैं, उनका नाम गिराया जा चुका है, मेरे कहना है। लेकिन शिक्षक के साथ साथ समाज के अंदर समाज का जागरण करने वाले प्रोफेसर राजनीति का नाम लिया रंजू भैया, हमने से कई लोग उनके छात्र भी रहे। आज देखा जाए एक आदर्श शिक्षक तो जन जागरण में काम भी करते थे, ठीक है, आदर्श शिक्षक थे। हम लोग कक्षा में रहते थे, कई बार लोग दौड़ा करके आते थे, स्कूटर खड़ा किया, क्लास में आगे पढ़ाने लगते। हम लोग तो शिक्षक इतने वर्षों तक गए, तैयारी करके आते पढ़ाने के लिए, तो कब तैयारी करते थे, लेकिन इतना अच्छा पढ़ाते थे। हम पुराने लोगों के छात्र थे, तो ऐसे आदर्श शिक्षक हमारे भाग में रहे। प्रोफेसर GS वर्मा का नाम ले लिया, आप लोग उनके छात्र थे, PhD प्रोफेसर दरवाजा, कितना बड़ा ग्रुप था।
और वास्तव में देखा जाए हमारे विभाग के अंदर अनेकों ऐसे ग्रुप थे और ग्रुप में कोई एक दूसरे के प्रति किसी को नेगेटिव भाव नहीं हुआ करता। एक ग्रुप के टीम के नाते हम लोग काम करते। अगर दुनिया का अनेकों देशों आप लोग गए हो, वहाँ ग्रुप एक टीम के नाते लोग काम करते। पर यहाँ देखने को मिलता है हम क्या काम करते दूसरा कोई देख नहीं। ये प्रवृत्ति खत्म होनी चाहिए। जब हम एक टीम के नाते काम करेंगे तभी बात देखा जाए हमारा सोच काम बढ़ेगा, दुनिया आगे हमारा भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, हर क्षेत्र में बढ़ रहा है। तकनीकी क्षेत्र में इसरो के साइंटिस्ट ने क्या करके दिखाया, मैं उसकी चर्चा नहीं करना चाहता। देश के हमारे वैज्ञानिक हैं जो चांद पर चंद्रयान को पहुंचा दिया है। इतना सबक प्रयोग हमारे देश के लोग यहाँ पर बड़े स्टूडेंट्स यंग लोग हैं। आपका जो प्रतिभा है, इस प्रतिभा को जगाने का दायित्व हमारे न्यू यहाँ पर जो टीचर नहीं आए, आपके ऊपर जिम्मेवार है। हम सब यहाँ पर रिटायर्ड टीचर्स बैठे हुए, आपको यहाँ की प्राचीन जो परंपराएं हैं उसको स्मरण करिए। प्रोफेसर शाह एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स में कितना बड़ा काम किया, दुनिया के लोग उनको याद करते हैं। थर्मल आयनाइजेशन आज वहाँ पर प्रोफेसर राजा राम जी बैठे, प्रोफेसर घोष बैठे। जब हम फार्टनेस है कितना उस पर काम हुआ, कितना रिसर्च हुआ, तो वास्तव में देखा जाए यहाँ की प्राचीन परंपराएं उसको मेंटेन करें। और विभाग को मैं पुनः अपने अध्यक्ष जी को, पूरे टीम को इस बात के लिए बधाई देना चाहूँगा, उत्तर जी को संयोजक के नाते कि आपने बहुत अच्छा कार्य किया। पूरा इस तरीके से आपने मुझे भी बुलाया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
May I now invite Professor Gautam Babu for addressing the audience with his words.
Professor Srivastava, Vice Chancellor, Allahabad University, Professor Chief Guest, Professor Guru, Mr. Mohan, Saha, Dean of Science, Secretary in the Head of the Department, for technical members and present technical members of the department, scholars, staff, students, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I am privileged to be here on this occasion of the Centenary of Allahabad University, this department, on a number of counts. One is the idea of holding this program on the birthday of the founder, Professor Meghnad. Another is this program that is now felicitating the former faculty members and staff, and I am really overwhelmed by this program. Now, as Professor Theory commented, I am from Centenary University, and somehow the foundation of this department and Centenary University is historically related. 7 years back, we had our Centenary of the department, and we had an international conference on the location of the history of science. And on that occasion, a colleague of mine from Meghnad and myself decided to write the history of the department. So that has been published now in edition also available. Now, while writing that, we actually come across the Allahabad University and Meghnad a number of times. I hope to talk of that in my lecture in the afternoon. And I am indebted to Allahabad University in two cases. One is that in both cases, it's related to the spirit of this department. One was one of the greatest speeches that I had in honor to with Professor Meghnad, who was the spirit of this department and then later worked in science computer physics. I was not a student, but actually what happened there was when I was looking for a problem to do a PhD back in the old days of 1991. So he was abroad and he came back and really delivered a lecture. I was just some MSc pass out. And then from that lecture I had the idea of these
easily copy and I finally copy. And second thing is that for the last 10 years I have been working with another alumni of this department, Dr. D.K. Srivastava, who was director of Heritage Site from Centenary, Kolkata. Now, presently I am the Secretary of Indian Physical Society, again founded by Professor Saha. And Dr. Srivastava is the president of the Indian Physical Society, president, and we have been cooperating. He, of course, is retired now, he is now since Bangalore. But just last month, we had, in August, we had this problem, we had this program of Mrs. Olympiad, and he came all the way from Bangalore to be present in the program. So in this way, I have been meeting people from Allahabad University, and I am really, as I told you, that I am really glad that I could be here. I thank all of you for being here, and I particularly thank the department and also Centenary for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable words of wisdom that you have shared. As we are embarking on the celebration of excellence, we commence the felicitation and M. Saha Centenary Award ceremony. May I request Professor D.K. to formally announce the same.
Now we will start the felicitation of Professor Meghnad. It was decided, it was suggestion of our seniors, Professor Shyamlal Srivastava, said that since it is a centenary celebration, you should start a centenary award. So the first award that was decided to give is Meghnad Saha Centenary Award, and this award will be given to Professor Meghnad. This is Meghnad Saha Centenary Award to Professor Meghnad. Actually, at the suggestion of seniors, I propose before the Honorable Vice Chancellor to give honorary scholar DSc degree to Professor Meghnad. Madam Media agreed and expedited the process. So we will be giving honorary scholar DSc degree to Professor Meghnad. Now, with the permission of Chair, Madam, I will be reading the citation of Professor Meghnad. Padma Bhushan Professor Meghnad. Professor Meghnad was born in Pratapgarh in 1951 to Srimati Rama Gupta and Sri Muralidhar. He graduated from the University of Allahabad in 1970 and earned his master's degree from IT Kanpur in 1972. His prodigious talent took him to Caltech, USA, where he received his PhD degree under the supervision of Professor John Matthews in 1978. Professor Dhar later joined the prestigious Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, where he went on to become a professor of theoretical physics in 1995. He has been honored with number of awards and won accolades across the span of an exemplary career, including the Young Scientist Medal in 1983, the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize in 1991, the J. Robert Schiffer Prize in 1993, the World Academy of Sciences TWS Prize in 2002, among others. In 2022, Professor Dhar brought acclaim to the nation when he became the first Indian to receive the scheme Gold Medal, the highest award in 2023. He was honored with the Padma Bhushan by the Government of India as a recognition of his accomplishments as a physicist, educator, and mentor. Professor Dhar's seminal works, including the Centenary model of self-organized criticality, exact enumeration of directed animals, slow relaxation in magnets, renormalization group studies of fractals, solution of asymmetric exclusion model using Meghnad set, and modeling of proportionate growth have had profound impact on the field of statistical physics and condensed matter theory. His path-breaking research is being applied to better understand and manage real-world phenomena such as forest fires and sandpile dynamics. Professor Dhar's works continue to shape the landscape of statistical physics and have inspired researchers interested in computational aspects of physics of complex systems. His legacy is wellspring of inspiration for future generations to explore the uncharted territories of scientific quests. And we are extremely honored that Professor Dhar could come to this occasion, to grace this occasion. Professor Dhar is a personality who is not recognized by awards. In fact, awards get recognition by getting bestowed to the Professor Simply simple. This citation was written by Dr. Rohit, myself, and Rajarshi, and then it was edited by Dr. Jayaguru Chadha, and she had been editing in this award. So this has to be, credit has to be recognized. We would request Professor Deepak Dhar to address the gathering and give the message of the pursuit of science.
फोटो भैया के सामने आ गए उनको बोल दीजिए उनको बोलिए
I'm very grateful to the university for this great award. For the award, but the recognition by those parents for appreciation from them has a special place, which other awards cannot match. And so I'm really thankful that Allahabad University has accepted my work as worthy of some kind of recognition. So, the children have a lot of expectations from their parents, and they sometimes say that my parents did this and didn't do this and didn't do this. And but in the end, whatever you are also because of what your parents did. And sometimes we don't remember that so well. And I'm just saying that I think it is proper for me to acknowledge the fact that the foundations of whatever I managed to do was done at the University of Allahabad. And confidence to go and build further. But if this was not there, it wouldn't have happened. And when I was a student here in 69, 70, and this wall was there, but the lines were much less, it was darker. But anyway, I mean, the university has continued, and I think in the beginning there was a lot of problems. I will discuss some in the afternoon. But what we have to do is we have to go beyond whatever has been done before. And of course, Saha stands in a sort of towering figure above everybody else. And we build on his legacy and better, and that is what I think.
Thank you very much, sir, for a very brief address. This degree was designed by Professor J.P. So that is also there. So now
Thank you, sir. With great respect, I invite Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Saha, to address the audience. We eagerly anticipate the enlightening insights we are going to share. Contribution, Professor Deepak, Professor M.K.S. Gaur, former Education Minister, State of UP, and also a family member of this department and then this university. We have been always very proud of his achievements. Professor Kamal Upadhyay, who was initially Professor of St. Louis National University and currently he is now at the University of Canada. Our very own Professor Meghnad Sharma, Dean Faculty of Sciences. Professor Vivek Tiwari, who has been relentlessly working for this program for the past 3 months and has been very, very worried and excited as to how this program will finally take shape. And my heart is warmed to see the vibrance in the physics department after such a long time. A lot of faculty and a lot of students, as we were sitting here, are intently listening to what's happening and who the people are. Academic excellence of an institution is known by the students it has produced. Our university in the 1970s has produced brilliant people in all fields, not only in academia, but literature, music, cinema, theatre, judiciary, and various other branches of bureaucracy. There has been a beeline of bureaucrats. In fact, many senior bureaucrats sitting in various chairs in New Delhi, even today, belong to Allahabad University. And there is a very deep emotional connect of the bureaucrats and the people sitting in the high offices to their alma mater, which we probably did not understand, and I probably did not understand until I had to make several trips to Delhi and meet them. The emotional connect is because of the emotional connect with the teacher and the department that has imbibed in them those values and fostered such intricate habits that today they are sitting on those high chairs. And they all feel very proud to say that I am what I am today because of this university. So the pressure on all the teachers whom I have appointed, they become the soul of the physics department. And our soul is necessary for our body to continue and work well. But the soul has a responsibility to ignite young minds of today. So I see few research scholars sitting at the back who are excited, enthusiastic,
and willing to learn almost everything which is being said here. My heart was also very warmed when I saw this inclusivity of welcoming all those people who have been part of the physics department in the upkeep of the laboratories and also who have been mopping and sweeping the department. We, in our progress, had forgotten that they are also very important people and one among us. We are able to perform our jobs only because they come before us and perform their jobs. And no work is small, and no work is big. Work is work, and everybody should perform their work with utmost passion and excellence. Also, Deepak had among us, as he spoke, we all saw that he is a very humble and a very simple human being. And instantly, one feels very impressed and warmed meeting him. And so did I feel. His work is profound. He is a living example of a simple living and a very high thinking. He is one who connected with the University of Allahabad to Calcutta through IIT Kanpur. Thus an excellent role model for the young faculty to emulate. Dr. Siddharth's work extends far beyond theoretical concepts, finding practical applications in understanding and managing real-world phenomena such as forest fires and sandpile dynamics. His dedication to computational sciences has eliminated the intricate dance between computation and the physical universe. He got several awards. The most recent is the prestigious honor of Padma Bhushan, bestowed by the Government of India. It is a great pride for us that Professor Saha got Boltzmann Medal, which is the highest honor in the field of statistical physics. This felicitation gives us an opportunity to base in his reflective glory. I was so excited to sign that honoris causa degree. Professor Vivek called me and said that, Madam, if you send your seal, we just put the seal there. I said, no, you send the degree to me. I will sign it spontaneously and immediately. You don't worry about it. So it was such a proud honor for you to have signed, and I think this is the first honoris causa degree which I have given to very old students and one among our family. All the students and all the faculty who are witnessing this program should try to instill within themselves a deep passion for the subject and understand what he or she can be best at and which is the area which interests them most. Because there is something which is about passion and interest. If there is no interest and no passion, probably you do not reach anywhere. If we ask these questions to Professor Bharat, he would also say that I was always very keen to learn about this particular aspect of physics, and that is where he excelled. So, when you are choosing your topics of research, then you must find something which is of very great interest to you, because you are a keen learner. You will come up with the findings. Your supervisor will be the only one who will be supervising you, with 9 others maybe. So there is a small story that I would like to share with all of you, and all of you would have witnessed that situation, of course. If you fly often in the Indigo story, Indigo has become a story in India recently. So you see, it is a small plane. There is a pilot and a co-pilot, and everybody is pushing and pulling their luggage and trying to fix things, and there is a whole big confusion when the flight is getting full of people and it is ready to take off. There is a pilot who's sitting at the chair, and he knows he has to fly the plane. Before he flies, he has to check at least 20 checklists. He's sitting on a $85 million smart machine made by some physicists. But before checking those things, he cannot fly the plane. And then suddenly the air hostess announces, ready to depart. And then the plane begins with a buzz and leaves the gate, does a little round on the runway, and flies out. Somebody's mind is working as to at what altitude the plane has to fly, what should be the weather conditions, and when he's about to land, he sees there is a huge hailstorm. And he is not able to land the plane. And he's supposed to land the plane. He is not able to land the plane. He has to take a quick decision there that if I land, the lives of so many passengers will be in jeopardy. So he keeps taking rounds up in the air until he connects to the local landline and local land station and they say, okay, now the weather is clear, and he lands in safety. What you think is just an hour's flight or maybe a 2 hours flight is actually someone at the helm of affairs who is quickly taking decisions for the safety of your life. So that is the responsibility of every researcher, every teacher, to see that where this research will land and what will be the consequences and what will be the impact of this particular research on the society and how good a decision maker he is and how quickly he can foresee what could be the upcoming problems. So, all teachers are pilots in themselves, all students are also pilots in themselves. And we have to also see what are the qualities we have to imbibe amongst ourselves, apart from learning physics. There are many other things. First and foremost, the most important thing is self-discipline. Nobody is going to come and teach you when to come, when not to come, what to do, what not to do. Nobody can push you through life. You have to be self-motivated. You have to be focused. That if I am here and I am working as a researcher in the Department of Physics, it is not that 8,000 or 31,000 that is important. My work is important. And where I will reach and what I will take the work to is the most important thing for me at the moment. Disturbances are many. The social media constantly nudges and disturbs you. Your phones constantly disturb you. But even the pilot could have been disturbed with a WhatsApp. A ping in between his flight. A ping in between the runway. But does he make it? No. So you have to put these disturbances aside. All the external disturbances are aside. And daydream with your work. Long ago, there was a scientist by the name of Dr. Kekulen in Germany. And he was a chemist, he was not a physicist, fortunately or unfortunately. But Kekulen was daydreaming about making the formula for benzene. I hope all of you know benzene. There was no particular formula for benzene. And he was not able to make it. However well he did it, but he could not make it. And he was daydreaming about it. Because 24 hours when something works on your mind, then you do come to the solution of the problem. And I think that's how physicists work. And that is how Oppenheimer also might have worked when he created that hydrogen bomb. I hope all of you have seen the movie. How many of you have seen that movie, Oppenheimer? If you have not seen it, please go see it. So, while he was half asleep and half awake, he saw a snake biting his tail. And he woke up. And then he thought, why I got this dream? The dream was suggesting him the formula for benzene. So many things, when you are half asleep with a problem, then many things are working in your subconscious mind. Attach them to real experiences, attach them to your work. And that is what I'm saying, that you have to be passionate with your work, with the kind of work Professor Saha has produced. It could not have been without self-discipline and passion. Am I right, sir? So you have to be fastidious, you have to be very systematic. You have come to the department, then you are scolding the lab assistant that हमारा गैस बर्नर जल नहीं रहा है क्योंकि तुमने यहाँ पर माचिस नहीं रखी है। माचिस आप जेब में रख के ला सकते हैं ना? नहीं। तुमने हमें झाड़न नहीं दिया, मेरा गंदा है, जगह मैं कैसे अपना एक्सपेरिमेंटल वर्क करूँ? So these are lame excuses. Come with all your gadgets complete. I will narrate another very personal story to you. When I was a small girl and I had a brother who qualified IIT Bangalore in the first row, a very brilliant brother who was, we lost to science, but in my home it was a home full of physics. If you open the door of the refrigerator, it might fall on you, because he would unscrew everything and open it. He would go to the shops in chalk and look for small articles, the real transistor inside the transistor, and try to make a transistor of his own. He would bring half done equipment and do the rest of the equipment himself. I'm narrating the story about him is because when recently I read about Raju Bhaiya, Professor Rajan Singh, he also used to work in a similar manner. Professor M.L. Saha, they would bring half the equipment from the market and the rest of it they would create by themselves. So I was a young girl, much younger to him, 7 years younger to him, and I used to be very intrigued as to what he keeps spreading and which wire and then what happens. And I would always touch his cylinder. And he used to be very angry with me for doing this. So what he did that in that door of the almirah, he set up an alarm. That anybody opens the almirah, the alarm will buzz. So I used to be caught. So these are very small and very beautiful memory of how physics can be used in application. Soldering iron and various other things used to be neatly kept, and I used to be very intrigued. So physics is something very, very interesting. And the most interesting application of physics is that when there is a physicist around, you don't have to worry about the household gadgets getting spoiled. They would all be repaired by him. So if he's a true physicist, so you must gauge within yourself if you are a true physicist or not. I have been witness to many true physicists, and in my own family, because I'm not a physicist, I thought it was something very, very tough, but something very interesting. So I went by doing easier things, but then now life is taking a test on me. So this time I think I have passed with flying marks. I've been able to create a physics department for which Professor Vivek has lavished a lot of praise on me. But I think it has been the duty of a Vice Chancellor that I have fulfilled. And it has also been a privilege. It is not that I have given to Allahabad University and various departments, 32 departments that I have filled up now. It is also that the university is returning to me in many more ways than I ever thought. And physics is something very interesting, so don't sleep over it. Be intrigued, ask questions, think about it day and night, breathe physics. When you have to do something, when you have to make a mark, then you have to breathe it and breathe out. So with these few words and with these few stories, I think my little speech comes to an end because I see some bold faces also out there. But the syllabus of the postgraduate program and the PhD programs should always be discussed with the industrialists and the businesses that are being set up. Because we are teaching something else, they want something else. So our students are not employed. So if we do something in cohesion and if we build a bridge between the two, I think it will make a huge difference. Even a few more topics you can add which are useful for the industry. So the G20 Connect was the same thing. We have to connect. Academia is the yoke of tomorrow's nation. What we produce will run the nation tomorrow. So being a teacher is good, but to be a good teacher is very difficult. So all the newcomers, I would advise that they should try and become very, very good teachers and ignite young minds so that tomorrow on the dais we have not one Deepak, many Deepak. Basic sciences are the fundamentals, and perhaps all of you know that the basic sciences have vanished from other countries, but they still exist in India. We have to cherish and preserve them because that is the soil. Basic science is the soil on which any rich and beautiful plant will grow. That is our students. Thank you very much.
Actually, one important omission, I apologize for that. We must felicitate Adesh Mani, Professor Adesh Mani from Kalabakam. He is the head of LS in Kalabakam. This ICJR, Indira Gandhi Center like this. So I. Professor Adesh is our batchmate actually. This very lecture hall he is studying and he is producing a very good science at Kalabakam. Our 3 or 4 ex-employees, senior employees are sitting in the back, in the rear. 3 or 4. So Takeshwar, take the scarf and Gulab Singh, Nagesh, Ramnath, yes, Jayir, Lekumpa Jayir Pramani. So then it will be complete actually. So this was not a mission. These people came late. पर कोई बात नहीं. जल्दी से जाइए कंप्लीट करिए. ऊपर जाइए ना. चलिए. चलो.
The convener, Professor Ian to present the vote of thanks. So your acknowledgement and appreciation will bring a meaningful close to this event.
Today's chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Allahabad, Professor Centenary, respected Professor Jayankwar Lord, guest of honor, respected Professor Gautam Gangopadhyay, guest of honor, respected Professor Rachel Sarmani, Dean Faculty of Science, Professor D.K. Tiwari, at Department of Physics, my respected teachers, faculty members of the department, faculty members, coordinators of the other departments and centers of the University of Allahabad and Meghnad, print and electronic media persons, senior staff members of the department, research scholars, dear UG and PG students. Now it is our duty to acknowledge the support of various peoples who have contributed in organizing the centenary celebration of the Department of Physics. First of all, on behalf of the Department of Physics and on my own behalf, I am extremely thankful to Professor Deepak Dhar, who has spared his valuable time from his busy schedule. Sir, we feel very happy to find with us as chief guest. Without your kind support, this function would not have been successful. I express my grateful thanks to the Vice Chancellor, University of Allahabad, Professor Sangeeta Srivastava, for her kind cooperation and graced the occasion in spite of her busy schedule. I wish to express my gratitude to Professor N.K. Sword and Professor Gautam Gangopadhyay for their precious presence and sharing their views and experience. I am grateful to the Professor Rachel Sarmani, Dean Faculty of Science, for sharing his precious time for the function. I am thankful to the Professor Audeshmani, Dean Research and Development, Homi Baba Research Institute, and Head Division, Condensed Matter Physics, Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, Kalpakkam, for accepting our invitation to deliver a lecture in the Saha seminar. I am also thankful to the former head, senior member of the department, to come over here and making the program successful. I am also thankful to the university administration, particularly our registrar, engineer Sri Naveen Puri, for their sincere effort in maintaining the electrical and civil work of the department and media person for the college. I wish to take this opportunity of thanking to Professor D.K. Tiwari, head and faculty members of the Department of Physics for running this function in physics. I would also like to thank the entire staff and employee of the physics department, research scholars, students of the MSc Physics, who did brilliant job of arranging such a function. At last, I would like to thank all those who contributed directly and indirectly to organize the function whose names have not been mentioned here. Once again, thank you all.
In continuation of this momentous occasion, I now kindly request everyone to please rise for national anthem. As we commemorate this event, I invite all to join for a group photo.
Just on the stairs of the physics department, good photography takers. A little walk from here. If you have to talk to them.
यूट्यूब पे हो रहा था स्टॉप कर दो
क्या आप जानते हैं कि आपके टेबल पर कोई सा
हो रही इसकी कम ही रहना
हेलो जी सर। जी सर। ऐसा था ना सर, वहाँ पे हमने भी सभी को मैसेज किया था।
Okay, so we have a great pleasure for me to give a lecture here about Meghnad Saha. So as I said, this is very appropriate that this is the 100th year of the department, and Meghnad Saha was the founding professor here, and he was a very exceptional person. And what I really like to say is so this is what it's about. So he's certainly one of the towering figures in Indian physics. After so many years, you can ask for best names, and he will be certainly there in 3 or 5 years. So his pioneering studies of solar spectrum in 1924, then he said that I will not be Okay, so he started work on the solar spectrum between 1922 and 1924, and that led to something which can now be called astrophysics. It's not like people did not study the sun before Meghnad Saha, but the subject of astrophysics, it was not sufficiently systematized and could not be classified as a subject by itself, and they only started after the work of Meghnad Saha. So these achievements which Saha certainly did are even more remarkable given the absence of scientific research community in India at that time, 1930, and his own socio-economic background and the colonial belief. His father was a vegetable seller. He was not sure that he could get means to pay for high school education. All later and some university education and so on. And he came from not one of those high class, but low class. And of course, at that time, the Britishers were overtaking Indian lower class. And all these things were there, but he was able to overcome all these handicaps and use his big work, which is quite remarkable. Okay? So, now it is my handling.
Sarkeshwar?
Sorry, there is a problem with the next page. My knowledge of history is not maximum. I know a little bit about history of science, but not enough. But before coming here, I had to learn about Meghnad Saha, and I used material from several sources, biography by Meghnad, very good. There is a article by Allahabad, and this own study by and they used to a very nice article by in the International Astronomical Union Symposium. So they bring this back in 2019. Okay. So things like that. So I thought I will start with some of these I will not get into first more grocery shops will go on to 6th October in Surabaya, district not too far from Dhaka. There was no academic atmosphere in immediate family surroundings, but he grew up to be an exceptional student. I think family members were not well educated, but from the way trying to see that and he was able to come to high school in Dhaka and was able to see college and level. In 1916, he was offered a lecturership in a newly formed University College of Science. And at that time, there was a missionary Turkey who wanted to set up some research center in India, in Kolkata. And so he was trying to, Kolkata University was very dear, but they were in old stuff. And he wanted to start some new areas of research. We got 3 young people and told them to try to teach this very, very new stuff. And so this is essay mostly the found in Saha meeting with architecture company. This is the 3 of us, I, Meghnad, Saha, and Simon, who were very boy level, trying to steep stairs to meet the office of the architect. He had heard of the youngsters going to teach new topics at the university. He asked, boys, what will you be able to teach? We shall try to teach whatever you assign us. So I smiled, Meghnad was assigned quantum theory. Whereas the responsibility of teaching Einstein gave it. We agreed on the condition that we would be using 1 year's time for preparation. So you understand, these are just young people, they have just finished their lectures and they are being asked to teach something new, which Einstein theory I have never heard about. It was not taught in the university curriculum at that time. But they have to learn the new stuff and they have to teach it. And they were able to do it. And so he was teaching quantum theory, which had just been born, this is 1920. So it's around that time, and being able to A, give some young people that kind of responsibility, and B, for the young people to deliver. Are both remarkable and very surprising and don't happen very, very often. Okay. So Saha studied on his own from various sources. He didn't have a very good formal supervisor. He and those benefited from a collection of books made available to them by Jonathan Moon, who was a lecturer at Sheffield College. So he was a Indian guy. But he had some books, at that time, 1930. Even knowing what is going on in science, he belongs to India for a village person, son of a so where did they get all these journals to study? It was actually this rule was able to provide them with some of this stuff. And that is how they learn. You have to have a lot of drive of your own to be able to manage with that kind of a situation that they are. So anyway, among the books they borrowed were read by the very and plants, 4 days a day, theory of heat. And one law is relativity principle. That is what they learned on their own by following astronomy. And it seems like for astronomy, for this Saha work, he learned from this semi-popular science by a lecturer, which was called History of Astronomy. So at that time, astronomy was not sufficiently well developed, and the history could be simplified from semi-popular level. And that is mostly what we knew about astronomy at that time. So, nobody had more successful than astronomy. So, Saha was hired as a lecturer, teaching and also studying research clubs. Around 1919, while pondering over the problem of astrophysics and teaching astronomy, he realized that the absorption lines of the spectrum could be explained by taking the matter in terms of corona as being chemical ionized and unionized forms of light. So he said there is a sun as hydrogen atoms, hydrogen ions and other ions of other atoms. And he submitted 4 papers for publication in 1920 in the British Journal. And
Yes,
These problems, which is submitted in 1920, already were immediately recognized as important, and so he was moved to the and he came to an approval by some scholarship in 1922. This is the picture photograph from Saha in Berlin, and he came to that. So then he came back to Calcutta University, but he did not get a lot of money support for his work here. And there were some other problems because of the university administration and Saha. There was not able to get money for these schools. So he decided to go elsewhere. And he accepted the offer from Allahabad University and joined as a graduate painting. And he stayed here with and that is where he wrote his cluster, his diary, so he returned to Calcutta as a professor in 38, and then he became a fellow of Royal Society in 27, more about this later. And he was the president of the 21st session of the Indian Science Congress in 54, the member of Parliament. So, just pointing out some highlights of his career. And here is a picture from Allahabad days, taken from the biography by Nayak. I see like that. And other people are less well known. Here you have but anyway, this is the picture from that. There is an interesting story about Saha involving the University of Allahabad taken from Nayak's biography. In the library needed a building. Saha ordered many new books for the library because it had mostly been owned publication. The university treasurer, Pandit Lal Dave, a retired High Court judge, asked Saha, "I do read all the books in the library." Saha said, "No, and nobody can do it." And the treasurer said, "Better read the books available and only then ask for me." So this is a story. But I tried to check, if it will make sense. Somehow it was not done. Firstly, Saha was the head of the department. It was not permanent temporary. And head of the department makes some request. It is not automatically dismissed. And at that time, 1930, High Court judge in Allahabad was a big shot. There were very few people who were High Court judge and were Indian and that. And they are very wise and knowledgeable people, and one would expect that person not to be so naive. And this guy was an Indian. The British people are supposed to be overweight, arrogant, and they see the colonial attitude, they treat Indians as come. But this guy was an Indian, and he was treating the head of the department not very well. But what it shows is that this is the person, he's a High Court judge, retired High Court judge. He said, "Have you read all these books in the library?" Has he ever gone to any library and read any books? Does he expect people to read all the books in the library? This kind of mindset is very hard to appreciate, that we don't expect the university officer to ever think such that he doesn't even understand what is the purpose of a library. Even in the High Court, there is a law library, and I'm sure none of the judges there have read all the books in the library there. So, but unfortunately, I checked, this story has been repeated many times in many other places. And what it shows is the mindset of the administration at that time. Even the joining a new department, which was the new department, before that Allahabad University was there, they were doing examination for it. They used to conduct exams, but they did not teach anything. And then they started teaching, and then people were not sure that university conducts exams, but we have to teach as well, we have to give courses, and we have to support all the lecturers and all kinds of stuff. This was not agreed upon by university officials, and this caused problems. So this story is apparently true, but of course I was somewhat persistent. This is the in the first 2 years, and in 27 it was FRS. Then life was a bit better for me because people appreciated more and the university was giving more support and even able to do better. There was another story, he asked for some equipment for the BSc. There is a thing called post-doctoral box, which I think people still study in the BSc. And so he asked for 4 or 5 of the post-doctoral box for the BSc. And they just administrated the post-doctoral box, why do you need the box? Something like that. So the fact that this particular stuff is, physics in instruments was not here in the administration, etc. And what we used to work on was thing called astrophysics, which was really a new subject and not very well known. And it was confused with astrology quite a lot at that time. Okay, anyway. So I thought that honestly, if you are a scientist, you know about it, right? So you cannot just say, oh, how it is, and not know what it is. And this is the physics department. So I thought I will give a brief explanation as well in a language which basic students can understand. Maybe even in the world, maybe even outsiders in the law department can also understand. So this discussion is qualitative. So from around 1880, let's see that there is a solar spectrum. We just take the sunlight passing through the light. But it contains a lot of dark lines, which were not appreciated before, but these are called chromophore lines. And the understanding of the origin of these lines took a little bit of time. And it was realized that there are these 3 lines and when you some sodium chloride and light. But in this one they come as dark. And one thing realized was that the same atom, if you shine light, it will absorb it and go to the side. If you can do that sky say stable, it will down and emit that. So the same light will either be absorbed or emitted at that frequency. So gaseous atoms will absorb light at the same frequency as they will emit. This one is light kind of picture and other. So just one to identify given these 2 dark lines coming from the black body radiation of sodium atoms. The origins of many other lines were difficult to identify. There are so many lines you could see. Even if you are just put them, where are these other lines coming from? Saha correctly guessed that these lines come from the spectra of ionized atoms. See, the spectra of atoms people have seen before, but they were not there. These lines were funny. So where were they coming from? So he said there are these ionized atoms which will emit these absorb these frequencies. And he also realized that the ionization energy can be determined from electrochemistry. Suppose I have a calcium ion. What is its ionization energy? What are the energy? How do I know? This is 1930. So he realized that you can use chemistry information and you can figure out what these energy levels are. And by the relative intensity of lines of different stars, you could identify the surface temperature of the star. So in those days, the stars were qualified as type A, B, C, D, E, F, and all kinds of stuff. A are kind of rare, and F are kind of medium. But now this can be seen as a part of a continuum of states depending on the surface temperature and composition of the star near the surface. You know the temperature, you know the composition. Some lines came from highly ionized ions like calcium 5+. Some lines are seen or disappear at higher temperature. They appear only at high temperature or they disappear at high temperature. All these could be worked out and within a few years after Saha's paper, much of the stellar structure could be understood as snapshots of stellar evolution. So within 4 or 5 years, there were many papers, I think 200 of them, who worked out all the names of the spectra. And now, when I look at the spectrum, I can see oh, this is because of this star and this temperature, this composition, and the other star is with this other temperature and other composition. And this star, after in some time, will become some other composition and spectrum will change. So the subject of astrophysics, which is how the stars evolve, became a scientific subject, which it was not before. Okay, so that is the end of that stuff. But here is consider a gas hydrogen atom. So if the temperature is high enough, the electrons will get enough energy to become unbound. If the temperature increases in the fraction of atoms that are ionized increases. So one can write this equation: hydrogen atom plus energy is hydrogen ion plus electron becomes unbound. So the reaction can proceed in either direction. So this is a values are both ways. So the ions can combine for hydrogen and emit some light. If there is too much ionized hydrogen, more ions are unionized hydrogen, more ions are formed. If there are too many ions, some join at any given temperature and pressure, there is a particular fraction of hydrogen that corresponds to equilibrium with the forward and backward reaction rates. This fraction can be calculated from the principles of entropy maximization, keeping the hydrogen atom always easily interacting gases. So this calculation was actually known by that time. People could study ammonia, it breaks up into nitrogen and hydrogen, and at equilibrium what would be the fraction of unbroken ammonia or fraction of dissociated ammonia will be calculated. This was known already. And but people have not applied it to stars and applied it to ions. And so there is this Chandelier principle which is taught to students. Somewhat confusing, but anyway, we say that if you increase the pressure, the reaction will go in a direction which you try to increase the volume. So you can apply that principle here and see that if you increase the volume, then the ionization will increase. The pioneers in nature of Saha work cannot be over-emphasized. For example, as Rosalind in physical electrophysics in 1936 the impetus given to astrophysics by Saha's work can scarcely be overestimated, as nearly all later progress in history has been influenced by it as much as the character of refinement of Saha's idea. This I already told you, but this is 1936. After 1936, of course, a lot of work has happened in astrophysics. Maybe not like that all of that work is basically to Saha's idea, right? But he did give rise to a new subject which was helpful now become very detailed in your understanding of India. Okay. So it is interesting to know that there is famous Saha equation. Saha was one of the first to write down the famous equation that we are using. It was published in at least 2 papers before Saha in 1924. So one is by Meghnad and one is by Centenary. And Meghnad papers are given here, I don't know if you can see it, but there is an innovation about K and there is an innovation paper by Centenary, so it is representation inside the Centenary. It says what is the equilibrium constant as a function of temperature and like that. And this is Saha's operator. So he cites Egger. Because as I said that the principle that undissociated ammonia can calculate the fraction of ammonia dissociated was already known and understood. So if I can also correct in some sense the work of Gibbs. Nowadays, we teach life statistical physics as actually a discussion of Saha equation. It doesn't give any. Just consider some unionized part of fraction it's an exercise in the it is not a section. Okay? But that's the way it is. So the general principles of chemical equilibrium of dissociating molecules are certainly known in the Saha's work. Even they were discussed by Miller and Gibbs, Mr. Dye, and what was new and important was the application in the context of the sun, an ionization of hydrogen. Ionization of hydrogen in the sun was discussed by Miller, but other atoms in the Corona was not interested. He was not aware. He was not interested in the stars. Meghnad was a Ganesh Meghnad chemist. And this is where the novelty of his work lies. His work was that he realized that principles of chemistry can be used to understand stars or stellar spectra. And he had a feeling there. And in the end, his big insight, he had insight. And that is what makes it great. You know, this point that, okay, you can treat the hydrogen iodine and ionization is very simple and straightforward. And they knew about this, all this stuff, but they didn't realize this point. And this point is the one most important. It makes his work impact. So, in Saha's work, after Saha's work, within a few years, most of the prominent features of the spectral features of the solar spectrum of the but to infer the temperature of different parts of the corona and so on. And so, you know, that is how it is made. And now I want to discuss the other work. So, it is a mistake to talk of Saha's work only in terms of general features and fail to mention his other contributions. In much of his later life, he was devoted to societal concerns and with deep commitment to nation building. He founded the United States Academy of Sciences around 1970, which later became national. He started the nuclear physics course at Calcutta University, and he was the president of the Indian Association for Cultivation of Science later. And he started the magazine Science and Culture because he felt it very important to engage with non-scientists and make them aware of the things, what science does, what chemistry, whatever. And he wrote many editorials. He was the chairman of the Television Reforms Committee. It's very interesting. You know, we have been Makar Sankranti, and the festival is celebrated sometime. But that is not the day when the Sankranti actually occurs. It's 15 days or so off. And nobody had the mind or desire to fix it. Why can't we celebrate the Makar Sankranti when it happens? Why do we have to celebrate it 15 days later? This question should be asked. Because ask even in this time, you know, we just celebrating high condition area, we don't need to this. We don't need to do that these moments and then like that. I don't know this. I will follow the traditional thing. Okay, so he was concerned about the impact of technology on society and at the right time. But sometimes he ended up relying important people and was not always very effective. Politics is the art of the conflict. So, no, I think I'm not going to give statements how it is. Of course, he was great, he was much better, bigger scientist than me. But he was a human being and he was perfect. None of us are perfect. And he had some problems with people, good people generally, policy differences, whatever. And in the end, you know, because he could find a he was less effective than let us say Allahabad in distance and physical. Against blind faith. So Saha spoke strongly against established traditionalism in Indian society. This is a quotation from Saha, so I am allowed to do this. So he says, but in India, the votaries of astronomy and science found it difficult to go against scripture. The Greeks have a characteristic movement in freedom of thought and used the Homeric and Hesiodological movement. So you know whatever it was written in their books. But the Indian segment never showed equal boldness. On the other hand, being accustomed to easy-going characteristic tendencies, he was always willing to compromise and be accommodating in his views. And he quotes from Ashraya, it is said that the earth rests on the head of a huge snake, which when it feels uneasy, gives a shake and it causes a close. Well, the snake must have something to rest on, and so we have an endless stream of supported and opposed. So, a better explanation would be that This is not Bhaskaracharya. He realizes quite well what he just did. But he feels compelled and afterwards he takes part in it. But since these things are mentioned in the Shastra, there may be some truth in them. So why did Bhaskaracharya write this? It is quite clear that he was quite clear in his head that this is not true. You know, the first part of the conception tells that it was not true. But he felt compelled to write it because otherwise he would be in deep trouble. And Galileo also had to carry that. He said that whatever I have said is all wrong. I was wrong. So something like this. But I am saying that this is 12th century. We are in 21st century. And you should think about the fact whether we are allowed to see something that goes against the Shastra. Okay? So let me finally touch upon 2 questions. They are not really important but often get asked. So why did Saha not get the Nobel Prize? So of course there are several possible answers at different levels of sophistication. The simplest answer is that in the period 1920 to 40, the administrators of the Nobel Prize felt that award for the work of astrophysics was outside the mandate of Nobel Prize. Nobel had said you should give for mankind to this, and they felt that we cannot give prize to this work because it is outside the mandate of the Nobel Prize. Now the mandate of the Nobel Prize is evolved in time, and you could argue that now we should give a prize for something, we should not really give this old Nobel's need was something, but it has been understood and reinterpreted by successive committees for awarding prizes in various ways. But at that time, it was felt that this doesn't qualify at the end of the day. Now, one should, the point about this is more like this. When I read this statement, why did Saha not get the Nobel Prize? I get the feeling that the questioner is having in his mind that Saha was not good enough for the Nobel Prize. Okay? And I am answering this question. One should not judge the work of a scientific research by whether it gives an award or not. So, for example, all of you have some favorite movie. And I will ask you, if that movie gives the national award or not? I don't care. It doesn't matter if it won the national award, it won the Berlin Film Festival award or not. Or, because I like the film and I can judge that this film is very good and very great. Okay? Same thing people ask about why did Mahatma Gandhi not get the Nobel Prize? Who cares? I don't think Mahatma Gandhi's work will be better or worse. He got the Nobel Prize or not Nobel Prize. Okay? So, what happens is it is true that they public is not able to take the quality of scientific research. If you take that person, anybody in the street, and ask him whether this scientist A, scientist B, scientist C, which of them is better, they are not able to say. It is fair, it is honest. So, they will depend on the external judgment that this guy has got the Nobel Prize, this guy has got the Nobel Prize, so this guy has Nobel Prize will be better. It is fair enough. That is not all of us in various situations. But one expects more from scientists. If you are a scientist, then you should be able to make your own judgment about the quality of the work and not depend on whether it is got the award or not. Okay? And I go further that there are these people called science administrators. Their job is to administer science. They have to get the quality of science. They cannot leave until some award is given before they realize that it is good work. And the same thing also goes for the advisors of political leaders. One doesn't expect the political leadership to be scientifically savvy. But whoever are advising them should be able to. So that is the answer to this Saha award to the Nobel Prize. I say all this because the Indian people seem to have a lot of fixation for the Nobel Prize. Okay, so this is the second question, which is why is it that Saha after 1924 did not use any many other papers of comparable interest. And I start with this quotation from the PhD right now. The moment of this, why is that not enough for a lifetime? If somebody has done a great work, you should appreciate the work and be properly appreciative and not say, why did you write 5 other great papers? Right? That is not right. And it would have been nice if you wrote other 5 equally great papers, but he didn't do it in the other way. So perhaps a more relevant question to ask is why scientists from the Indian subcontinent used a so small number of works of comparable quality and impact in the next 100 years. So we let Saha of the book, we say, okay, क्या कुछ और पेपर नहीं चल रहा है. However, in the next 100 years, with the quality, the access to various journals, etc., is much better. Why we take a number of book papers of comparable quality and impact is so small? And you should produce an answer for this yourself. And you can introspect, identify the reasons, make effort to overcome the obstacles. Identifying the reasons is not enough. You can always identify the reasons. Like the first education minister to collect policy analysis. But you have to overcome the obstacles. The future of our science will be closer to our science desire. That is what I would say. And that is the idea.
Brilliant lecture, and sir, I guess you would like to take some questions. Yes, students. Brilliant lecture and brilliant message actually. Scientists should be sure about the quality of their own work. So this self-check, self-regulation is most important, and one has to resist the temptation of highlighting oneself. हाँ, सवाल आप लोग पूछ सकते हैं. सवाल पूछिए. Discussion is lecture is open for discussion. Feel free. सर यहीं के स्टूडेंट हैं. Students, MSc previous final.
इनके ऊपर एक लाइट ऑन करेंगे.
Our new faculty. Yes, right. What sort of possible measures we should take or we should encourage to promote the quality and to compete with the standards?
So I would say that our generation and it is not very sufficiently kept. So now it is the job of the younger generation to think about what to do. Don't ask me, decide for yourself.
Yeah, that would be your real solution. That's the struggle actually. That's the real growth.
Yeah, and this message is very old. Bottom
Yes. Students, अरे भाई आप लोग डरिए मत, सवाल पूछिए. आप लोग बहुत सवाल पूछते हैं. सॉरी, मेरा टोन थोड़ा सा टीचर वाला है, क्लास वाला. आप लोग खुशी से सवाल पूछिए, आराम से. यस, बताओ. हाँ बिल्कुल, आराम से. क्वांटम इंजीनियरिंग के बारे में सबसे
नहीं, actually that question is very specific topic. It is outside the view of this lecture. ऐसे बहुत सारे सवाल
आज के सब्जेक्ट से रिलेवेंट.
आज के सब्जेक्ट से और मेरी वो जनरली साइंस.
यस. हाँ.
और इलाहाबाद साइंस.
हाँ, साइंस इन्वायरमेंट इटसेल्फ. तो आपका सवाल अगर नहीं है तो हम प्रोफेसर दीपक धर सर को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं। यहाँ लेक्चर दिया और हम लोगों को साइंस करने के लिए बहुत बड़ा मैसेज दिया। एक्चुअली टेम्पटेशन बहुत होता है छपने का और हाईलाइट करने का, इस टेम्पटेशन को हमेशा रेजिस्ट करना चाहिए, तभी आप क्वालिटी साइंस कर पाएंगे। क्योंकि जो मैंने शुरू में कहा कि पब्लिकेशन की एंट्रोपी बढ़ाने का बड़ा टेम्पटेशन होता है, क्योंकि प्रमोशंस में वो सब चीजें जाती हैं, बट दैट डजंट काउंट इन द एंड। आई मीन आप कुछ अवार्ड वगैरह भी आप मैनेज कर लेंगे, बट रियल साइंस में आपकी जो कम्युनिटी आपको जानती है वो इससे आपको अप्रिशिएट नहीं करेगी। आपके काम का जब इम्पैक्ट होगा तो कम्युनिटी अपने आप आपको हाथ देगी। सर का यही मैसेज है। Now the time for Professor Gautam Gangopadhyay. I will request Takeshwar to introduce Professor Gautam Gangopadhyay. Takeshwar.
Thank you, sir, for giving me an opportunity to introduce today's one of the speakers, Professor Gautam Gangopadhyay. It is really matter of great pleasure and privilege to welcome Professor Gautam Gangopadhyay in the Centenary selection of the Department of Physics and Saha lecture. Professor Gautam Gangopadhyay is a professor of physics in the University of Kolkata, and he did BSc honors in physics from Presidency College, Kolkata, BSc and PhD from the Kolkata University, and further PhD from Kolkata University. Professor Gangopadhyay is eminent in nuclear physics and nuclear astrophysics and made significant contributions with publication more than 80 in international journals. He is regular associate of Abu Salam International Center of Theoretical Physics, Washington, during 2009 to 2016. He is interested in doing science communication, history of science, and science fiction, and published 12 books on science, scientists, and society, including biographies of Saha, S.N. Bose, and Vibhat Chaudhary. He has co-authored 2 books on the history of Department of Physics, Calcutta University, one in Bengali, other one with Anirban Kundu in English. Professor Gautam is presently Secretary of Bhatia Visagan Pansat, funded by S.N. Bose, for propagation of science in Bengali and Indian Physical Society. Today, Professor Gangopadhyay is going to deliver a talk on life and science of Meghnad. So welcome, sir. Please go ahead. Thank you, friend. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So I talk on this day of life and science. We have already heard a lot from the Deepak. It has made my life simple and difficult both, because I have to skip some parts, and already he has introduced a lot of ideas about it, lot of information about it. So basically it will be somewhat like an expansion of the pointers that Professor introduced. So, we already saw this picture. We see that this Meghnad had about 90 publications. He had prolific writer. He wrote many essays. But this is just his publications and joint scientific publications. And he his works in various fields like astrophysics, nuclear physics, Saha atmosphere, radio propagation, things like that. Okay, you can understand. And authors include many of them which are actually hard their names. So I also saw photographs for just shoot and DS program. So I will be talking about his early life Now, this is his marriage with Mark. He was very, very poor family. In fact, when he was in class 4, when he was in class 4, so when he passed primary, his father asked him to drop studies and join him in his shop. But again, that his family was academic. His elder brother, joined up as a class 10 dropout, and that was the highest academic qualification for the family. This is not the story of his father. Now, so then he went after that join up, he was a big wonder. He was instrumental in taking Saha to a school which is from 6 kilometers away from them, and East Bengal, Bangladesh nowadays. Of course, is a very school of rivers and things, so you cannot go 6 kilometers away, you cannot walk, there is no other way. So you cannot go 6 kilometers away to join school. So they live in a house of some local physician, and of course they are here to do his own water. And then in class 6, he came to Dhaka. There were some scholarships, and he was admitted to the collegiate school, but almost immediately he was expelled because that was in 1905. That was the year of Bengal partition of Bengal, and there was a strong movement against the partition. And the Governor General of Bengal came to the Dhaka, and students who demonstrated against him, and Saha was there, and so he was thrown out of the Dhaka Collegiate School was a government school. But then he later joined another school, Ishmael Degree Institution, which was a government school. And then he passed matriculation class 10 nowadays. Matriculation from Ishmael Degree Institution. And you see that he was not named Meghnad. His name was Meghnad. M-E-G-H. Now, Meghnad means the Lord of the Gods. So he changed his own name. He changed his name to Meghnad. Now, I don't know how many memories are here, but there is a very famous epic by Michael Moore, Meghnad Ball, in which he rewrote the part of the battle between Rama and Ravana, which Ravana and Indrajit being the main. That Meghnad Ball, killing of murder or killing or whatever of Meghnad was the theme of that. And he named himself Meghnad because he was already a rival. He was a social rival because, as you heard just now, that he was not only poor, he came from a very bad. Now, those days we call it locust family. So he had to be a rebel. To study, he had to be a rebel because coming from that sort of curse those days and coming from that sort of background was just not possible. I don't know how many talents we missed those days, but Shah was actually not a way. And then he again went back to Dhaka College. In matriculation, he stood third. In those days, the matriculation examination was now what is West Bengal now, and then Bangladesh and Assam. So these three places, and he stood third in the examination, and December stood fifth. And then he went to Dhaka College. Again, he passed higher secondary nowadays, I don't know, intermediate science. So he passed intermediate science. Again, he was third in the examination, and December should not go for the class. Now, for example, let me tell you how poor they were. That there was the fee. The fee, or there was some fee like this 50. Okay. So, which was the admission fee, sorry, it was the examination fee for this intermediate science. And he was staying in Dhaka, of course, because Dhaka was away from Dhaka. And then somebody stole that money, rupees 50 from his pillow, from under his pillow. So his mother had to pawn only gold ornament that she had, a bracelet, that had to be pawned so that Meghnad could sit for the exam. So this was the type of poverty that we are talking.
फिजिक्स में जिस
I
सब
know
मैंने
how
हर
to expect
जगह में इंटरनेट
anybody
नहीं चल
to
रहा
work
है
in that field
बोल
to that town.
दिया तो अपने ऑफिस में और हम सारे सोसाइटी में कहीं चल
And
रहा
then this is the presidency college. We came in
जुड़ेल है सर
BSc. He was studying
और
physics. Both and both studying mathematics. So I don't think you can read this, but this is a piece of the. This is a page from the presidency college yearbook those days, and who are the teachers. So physics was taught by J.C. Bose, Jagadish Chandra Bose, and CWP, K.P. Harishan. Those days, presidency college. Well, it was a presidency college that time. Now it is university. So the presidency college was a government college. There were lots of British teachers. So we had the CWP, K.P. Harishan. Chemistry was taught by Jagadish Chandra Rai. And mathematics was taught by some people like C. Karis, and so on. So these are the teachers. Okay, some of I don't have to go right because I know I have about many of them, but I unfortunately don't have time. So let me go through these friends. So this is a picture taken in 1928 of many of these persons with the same batch. So this, of course, the central picture is Jagadish. This is 1920, so much later after they passed out. Here is year later. Here we have J.C. Bose, Chandra Bose, who was a very famous chemist. He was his theory of strong electrolytes was actually mentioned in a Nobel lecture. He was a founder director of IIT Kanpur, and of course before that he was the director of Indian of Science Bangalore, and after the directorship of IIT Kanpur, the first director, so he was the founding director of the first IIT in the country. He became the vice chancellor of the University of Calcutta, and later he became the scientific advisor to the Prime Minister. Here we have Snow Doctor, who is a physicist. This is from the same batch, okay? So 1915 MSc batch from presidency. So Snow Doctor was a chemist, physicist. He did spectroscopic work, and he was later subject chair, that is physics chair of the physics in the Indian Science Congress. Here we have recent book, I will not talk about that. This young man, Devendra Bose, does not belong to this the group because he is a senior. He is actually senior to them, he is a teacher. I am not talking about those very famous cases, but let me not talk about him right now. Then we have Nikhil Ranjan, who was a very famous mathematician. He is the founder of applied mathematics in our country. Same that we have very much. So chemist, the soil chemistry that not really because we don't know started it here, but so he that is not the was major soil chemist. He was the director of the Roorkee Building Institute, and then before that he was director of the Imperial Soil Institute. This one is also the deputy director of this institute. So you see that I don't know what Subhash is the former director of here showing this picture in the lecture, and he said that can anybody, anywhere in the world talk of such a smooth batch where we have to like Bose, Saha, and of course we have essentially the main shepherd was a physicist, the batch, same batch, but he actually because he was very much with the revolutionaries, he was in a gun battle with the British Polish, and he had to leave and he fled to America, disguised as a sailor, and of course Ashton was there. So Sweden was the first three, the three students, I should say, 23 years old, who Sarasitos, so those Sarasitos interested with teaching was this Ingersoll, Schulenburg was interested in building the laboratories, but he had to flee because British was, there was order out for his next. And this is another picture, but the central figure is here, PCD. And there is, of course, there is another thing that I have to better. Not only locals, not only poor, but also being from East Bengal. Okay. Okay, you see, Calcutta being a cosmopolitan city, always looked down upon those people who are coming from us. We used to call them. So all the people who used to come from the East Bengal with some accent, which sometimes is very difficult for people like us to understand. So there was also this problem for Saha. He was an outcast. He had to live in those places. He could not stay there. He had to live in those places because he could not live with the others. So being a local, so he outside the country. So he had been who was a professor here. Neelokan and M. Chandran Ghosh, they left the hostel and stayed in the days. And also, I talked about 1905 showing protesting against the Meghnad partition. He used to be just a 12-year-old student. But that's not right. This is Yotinwar Muhammad Bahaduri, who died in a London British. This is the founder of Dhaka National Shami. Now, but the point is that he was very much with the revolutionaries. When he passed 1915, Bahaduri, who was called Yotinwar was called Bahaduri, he fought with a tiger and won. So, Bahajuddin was a regular visitor to his base, to the base of Saha, and also when Saha passed, he first went to Bahadur. He said that I will be joining your group. Pollution of Yugal. It was the name Yugal.
Yes, Uganda.
Yugal. Okay, this was the group of the people are revolutionaries.
And there was Anushinal Samiti also.
Anushinal Samiti, yes. This is from so you see that these are two of the revolutionary groups. In Kolkata those days, Juganta and Anushinal Samiti. He went to join Juganta, but Bhagavatin refused him. He said that you do your own work. You can serve India in your own way. You don't have to join us. And then we talk about University of Calcutta. This is my department, so I like it. Okay. So, but how was it formed? It was formed by Sarasudas. So, Sarasudas was the vice chancellor from 1906 to 1914 for 8 years from the Calcutta University. He just as a part that he got Saha books to teach. But how did he form the department? So, he actually wrote to the British government after he became the vice chancellor. He said, those days, Calcutta University was not a teaching university. It was just a degree granting institution like boards, like CBSE. It was not a teaching university. Ashutosh actually started teaching in the postgraduate teaching in the department, the university itself. So by the time Ashutosh retired, Ashutosh stepped down in 1914, he had started 8 departments, but all of them were in arts. Those days, economics was arts. So he could not form a science department because there was no money. University wrote to the British government for money, and the government wrote that we don't have any money now. When do we have money? We will consider this along with other requests that we have received. Which, okay, I'm sure the students will do it, but as all of us, faculty members, which means all those things. Then, these two gentlemen, Rabbi Pandita das very good. Their names should be mentioned in the history of Indian science. These two gentlemen contributed something like 55 lakhs to the University of Calcutta for establishing the University of Science, University College of Science. How much is 35 lakhs nowadays? Okay, I'm not a historian, but I have a ballpark estimate. In 1912, when these grants were arranged, when these endowments were made, total the 1 rupee coin was issued for King Philip George, and that contained about 12 grams of silver. Now, if you just go and buy 12 grams of silver from the market nowadays, it will cost around 800 to 900. So that means that 35 lakhs nowadays it is something like 300 crore. That is the amount of money that's started in the University College. And out of that, C.V. Raman was appointed as a professor, first professor of Big Joint later in 1914.
And also, he was a very senior faculty officer. At the very office, he was a very senior officer in the government. And when he joined the university, his salary got out. But still, so this is our department. That is our department. Those days, this is the picture of our department now. And Saha and Bose started teaching. Saha taught quantum physics, Bose taught relativity, and they also taught in the department of mathematics. They taught in the department of physics and department of mathematics. And they got married in 1918. So this is other relativity, and I believe these Saha later became the director. And then he got the DSC in 1918. Who was the examiners? So actually, there was an interesting story that Edinburgh was thought to be an examiner. We got talking about 1918 and 1919. So university decided to appoint Edinburgh as an examiner. And then Cunningham, who actually suggested the name of Edinburgh, wrote back and said that okay, Edinburgh will not be available because he has gone to South Africa for some work, and that was the famous eclipse photograph. So Edinburgh was not available, and so these are the other was so the Wilson was the examiner, and so and Sylvester. So these are the few of the examiners. And Calcutta University actually he was the first doctorate in the department. Saha was the first doctorate in the department. Most never did a doctorate. Doctorate was also doctorate, but they did not care for this. So we have already seen this picture. I am skipping all the whole part of this equation. Yeah, I must talk about. So Saha published his research in 1920. He was not something that happened later after Saha equation. But right now, let's talk about this here. So Saha then was appointed. He was not a regular teacher in the sense that his money came from the research scholar fund, from that science college funded by those PhD. Now, then in 1921, Ashutosh got another grant. From, in fact, he was actually, as many of you surely know, that Ashutosh was a very famous judge of Calcutta High Court. So actually there was a dispute, and then he mediated there, and as a fee, he got ₹7 lakhs for the diploma member. And out of that, 5 positions were created. 5 positions were created, and those 5 names would have been, these 4 names would be very famous to senior people like us. One was Saha, who was the final professor of physics. One was Gyanendra Mukherjee, I just talked of him, who was the final professor of chemistry. One was Abanindranath Tagore, the very famous painter, who became the Bhageshwari professor of fine arts. And one was Sumit Kumar Chattopadhyay, very famous linguist, a very famous linguist, the very famous he had developed in the Bengali language, and he became the final professor in the department of linguistics. And then, but when Ashutosh wrote to him, he was in Germany at that time. So when Ashutosh wrote to him that he will be appointed, the scholarship suddenly was something rupees 500. So Meghnad wrote back and said that okay, rupees 500, but I would like more funds for research. So Ashutosh said that okay, I will manage it. But somehow it never materialized for 2 reasons. One is that by the time when Meghnad joined, Ashutosh was in a dispute. Ashutosh became a vice chancellor in 1922. But by that time, there was very much dispute between the government and Ashutosh was not one to stay back. So Calcutta University became Ashutosh independent, with the consequent problem that the government grants became less. Secondly, because of the non-cooperation movement, you see the fee fund those days was a very important source of revenue for a university. The
because of the non-cooperation movement, the students got out of these government colleges and go into other places, other institutions. The fee of the university became much less. So it was very difficult for us to manage this and pay research funds for Saha. Of course, there was funds for Saha and funds for research in the department, but Raman being the head, and Raman had a very big laboratory, large number of students. He was doing excellent work, as you all know. So there was this conflict, and Shah ultimately decided to leave. There was another first there was an offer from ANU, then there was an offer from AHU. But ultimately, when the offer from this place came, and actually who was a senior, who persuaded him to join. Then he was here in 1938 to the founding professor. As you know, he became a Royal Society Fellow. And after he became Royal Society Fellow, UP government sanctioned rupees 5,000. That was not very small money in those days. For a year. And he, of course, established UP Academy of Sciences in the country. Already, I told you a story. I can add another one. And that is, of course, this is nothing to do with the senior people like Ezra. He just went to the office and said that I want to buy some post office boxes. And of course, this is the post office boxes, as you all students know, that are used in many bases. But the person, of course, he didn't know. He said, you already have a post office box outside the department. Why do you need another one? But anyway, this is not really serious. Just but he was happy here. I would say he was happy here. Personally, he was very happy. You see that he loved to walk. He used to walk to prayer. He loved to walk. He actually once he decided to walk from here to Kanpur. I think it is something 120 kilometers or so. So, but he went a part of the way, but then he missed the journey. His family was here. His inspector again, all the others also born here, all the other sons and daughters were born here. And you see, that because this is another story. His wife, mother, her mother died early, and she was brought up by the grandmother. Now, when the marriage was fixed, so the grandmother was completely against it. He saw the house of Saha. So grandmother said that okay, no, it's better that you tie her hands and throw her in the river. Because that man doesn't have anything. It gets a house. It will fall down any day. So Saha remembered that. And when grandmother came here for a visit there, so he asked her, now what do you think? Then should you have thrown her in the river? But then grandmother was not one better. So that you see, rather than have brought him luck. Because after your marriage, you got the equation. You didn't understand the equation, but at least he got it after the marriage. After the marriage, you got a job. After the marriage, you become a forest. So rather than have got it luck. He was happy here. He was definitely happy here. You already heard the story of the Nobel Prize. I can skip this, but remember one thing. In 1930, when Shah was first nominated, there was a short list of three, and it was the three who were Raman and Shah. So there are two works done in India, two persons from India in that short list of three. Of course, but there is no doubt that your Raman was going to get the prize because okay, this is not really counted, but you can see the who recommended Raman and who recommended Shah. Raman was recommended by both the Royal League, Rutherford, Wilson, and these things were no laureates. And Shah was nominated by two professors of one department, then the home bush and escape. But anyway, it really has concept just awards really do not mean anything about now. We know Shah about that will be talking about. And of course, the students who mostly are here, totally it teach you, of course, you know, to become the chairman of ADC, it teach you to become the director of ADL. Then Allahabad, who was all the students. Allahabad was the director of the CGC, Central Glass and Centenary Institute, and later director general of CSI. were beaten up children will be coming back to him if they are tired. Okay. And of course, R.C. Bujumdar started the place to cover in Delhi. I don't have at the beach, but Srivastava we have to become later the director of ICC. Now let us talk of some, at least some science. Vivek asked me to talk of some science done here. So this was the major works of Saha. So what was this? You see, we have two papers, three papers, two of them in Nature and one in the Bulletins of Academic Science of Iran. So you see let us go back to that time. So we are talking of mechanics. Now as a physicist, as a physics students, we know now the problems of mechanics. For example, if the electron, we are all taught this in undergraduate days, that the electron, there has to be another particle because the electron is coming out to a continuous energy and the spin, there is spin problem. But at that time, it was not really sure what is happening. So you can see that, for example, the neutrino hypothesis will coming to the neutrino hypothesis later, that is the flat bar. Let us say Bohr in 1930 and 1930 wrote papers saying that the energy conservation is violated in reality. And so then also there is this idea that perhaps beta electrons are emitted with a fixed energy, but they lose energy in relation with the other electrons. So what was the theory of Saha? You see, in Gray and Cooper and Meghnad, they found that if we have gamma ray energies more than 1.1 emittery, then there is an extra absorption. Later, Curie and Joliot, the Nobel laureates, and Anderson and Neddermeyer, they showed that, of course, Anderson is Nobel laureate also, they showed that the high energy gammas are producing positrons and electrons. So Blackett and Hillary proposed that what is happening is the electric photon is coming and breaking up into it, sorry, not breaking up, and creating an electron and a positron. Okay, so and this it was called reconvention light quantum, now we call it the attenuation. So what did Saha do is, Saha said that the electron division of the quantum, this is what we are talking about, that breaking of the photon into electron is positron. So this is their language. Electron division of the photon, that is breaking up of electron and positron happen. So this breaking of the electron in this photon is electron and positron happen. And the positron gets trapped because it is inside the barrier and it goes back, attaches to a neutron and becomes a proton. The electron goes up. And because this can happen anywhere in the neutron, right, nucleus. Because this can happen anywhere in the nucleus, so the energy that the electron is coming out will be not continuous because the electron is losing energy inside the nucleus. So that was the idea. Now, of course, we know that but what is the actual picture? We say that I said that this one was, remember the picture, this one was in 1933-34, so that a bit earlier, published in 33-34. Now, what about neutrino? Yes, neutrino was proposed in 1930. Pauli, little later, yes, it was a Jepula later. So this is the translation. So dear radioactive ladies and gentlemen, I have become despite remaining the possibility that the nuclei there could exist technically nuclear particles, which I will call neutrons, then later it was called neutrons. And then when Henry was giving a lecture, somebody was asking, are they is the same neutrons as the neutrons that we are talking about? No, he said they are small neutrons, no neutrons. So in Italian, small neutrons are neutrinos. That's what the neutrinos. So the spin half and opaque solution is real. But so far I do not dare to publish anything about this idea. And I admit that my remedy may seem almost improbable, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. And then he said that I will not be able to present it myself because I have to attend the games. Okay, so he wrote this letter, and this was actually after neutrino was discovered. He looked for this letter, and this particular letter was from Meghnad. So Meghnad was attended there, and this particular copy that you can see here is from Meghnad. The Pauli's section was not very serious. In fact, it was never published. Pauli gave a lecture in 1931 but declined the lecture to be published. He did not allow it to be published. He finally published, decided to publish in 1933 solving numbers. Now that was published actually after Saha and Kothari sent their letter to the nation. And most probably Saha and Kothari would have it because they were sitting here and possibly we are cannot be sure. But of course there was many ideas, this was one of the ideas. But you see that this was not a true picture of reality right now. But you see that the idea was good because this is exactly what happens when you have heart and interfaces. When we have zero condition in a nucleus, that is, suppose there is 0 plus state and a 0 plus state, and they cannot decay because it is completely forgotten by electromagnetic theory. So that means that if we have more than 1.1 in energy, then we can emit very electron pair. So that is exactly what the thing that was talking about. Because he was not talking about, he was talking about the gamma photon being converted to electron positron and the positron getting trapped and converting it by neutron to a proton. But this is exactly the same thing, it's both of them are the same. So basically, it's the same idea that was later done by 2 decades later by Saha and Weizsäcker to provide that easy condition. How do you get easy conditions on that? Plus A minus production. And also Saha was bold enough that he said that okay, it is not a proton particle. In fact, this is another work that was done by Kothari and then later extended by Saha and Kothari. And he said that in this case, this was he tried to do a lot of things here. Dirac has suggested that if Dirac has showed that there is magnetic monopole, then you can show that why charge is quantized. So there was a lot of idea. Still there is people are looking for the magnetic monopole. So what Saha said that okay, perhaps a neutron is here. Saha says that magnetic monopoles are much heavier than the neutron. And because of the extremely strong attraction, this neutron is a monopole pair. Neutron is a monopole pair. So two equal and oppositely charged free magnetic monopoles. That's what Kothari said. And he said that okay, the mass will be much less because they are very strongly bound. Because they are very strongly bound, we cannot get out, we cannot separate them. Okay. So this of course no follow-up work was done by this, but at the court of Saha, this was something that actually was some idea that was later that anticipated in some ways another idea which was used by people like Sridhar Gohar. This is something that these are the two works that I will talk about that was done here in this department. This is something again that we teach in undergraduate. So this is the nuclear mass formula. Now you see that in the nuclear mass formula we had this term, this imminent mass difference. And the first edition it was not there. It was actually suggested by Saha. This was the paper. The Saha Sarkar, this was done when it was in Kolkata. And then later Saha and A.K. Saha developed that. And then A.K. Saha and Professor Yashwant Bhusa, whose birth centenary is going on now, from Shaulinath Bhusa, this is his birth centenary. So they actually also worked on this. And you see that they talked of, sorry, this is not yet finished. Yeah. So you see that this pairing term, they actually what Saha and Sarkar and Kothari suggested was something like pairing term. They talked of depending on the isospin. They talked of depending on the isospin and they had plots for different isospin. And in fact, that is the sort of term that we are nowadays using as a pairing. Then of course you are interested in radio probability. This is something that was done here, but really I am not nowhere an expert like that, so I can't cover that. But he was worked in the radio propagation, and that work, the upper atmosphere work research was taken up here. And actually, the Nobel laureate Appleton for this research, he wrote to him that I am glad to see that you are taking up this work because you are much more mathematical, and my work is not really, my original proposition is very true that needs a kind of a real mathematician. And Saha was able to fix and most work of this field. Then in 1937, he visited Allahabad College Observatory. He suggested that we have an observatory about 50 kilometers above atmosphere. We are looking for Lyman lines. was into article. Now what is astroset of our people, of our country? Astroset is exactly something where there are many other places, many other observatories there. In fact, you see that Arnold Shetty, the director, he said later that I hesitated about printing this note as it seems to be dreaming about an impossibility, but that impossibility has become reality now. So that is something. This is again the work that his first work was on the experiment. This was work on acceleration of radiation. Okay, I'm not going to talk about this too much. Let me skip this. This is something that was also important. The selective radiation pressure. This was an astronomics work done earlier than before the equation. Now you see that at that time people were thinking that atoms cannot absorb light and get accelerated. Because you see, they were people like say Schwarzschild, Nicholson, they were talking of wave theory and atoms. And they found that the pressure on the atoms will be zero. If I listen, basically zero. Vanishing. But what Saha did, because it's very interesting part, what Saha did that this was the first application of quantum theory. He said that okay, is the continuous theory, he's pointed out that we were talking about wave theory, that's not applicable here. He said that okay, now that the photon was not there, but he said it's pulse of light, photon was not there. Although of course the idea of photon came from 1905, but the name was quite much later. So he said that the pulse of light is absorbed by atom in gains point. And he showed that if it is, for example, the sun, it can exist in the n=2 state, and so it can absorb both power light. So in a later paper, Shah pointed out that Eddington had assumed the radiation pressure, but then he insisted on that it has to be a resonance absorption. It has to be resonance absorption. Now, the follow-up paper was sent to Astrophysical Journal, but they asked for something like the money that they asked for printing was very low. The money they asked for the printing was something like 3 times the Shah's salary that was his. So Shah could not manage it. And so it was $1,000. And his expense is everything. So he published in the Journal of the Calculator. It was huge. I don't think anybody read it. But that journal was published for 2 years only. He published the gist of the results in Nature, which came to the attention of Arthur Milne. And Milne, when he expanded on his work, he said that he made that these paragraphs develop ideas on the group formation. But of course, it had to do a lot of things later. Satisfactory explanation of these prominences and things like that had to wait for the development of ferromagnetic. What Shah was looking for, how do magnetic prominences, how do prominences occur? So resonance absorption, atoms get extra energy and they get out of the sun prominences. Okay, I am speaking of it higher education because already it was speaking talked about. But one thing I talk about a few things. First of all, this is not about Shah. It's one part I will later. But I want to talk about the importance of Shah equation apart from the thing that Professor Khan does. You see, those days people thought that Earth and Sun are made of the same element. Because you see that if you look at the spectra of Sun, you see light, calcium, iron, oxygen. If you look around us, those are the elements that we can. So the idea was that Henry Roland, for example, said that if you heat up Sun to a temperature of 5,700, then it will look the spectrum will look exactly the Sun. Now, when Shah applied his equation to the spectrum, he found that hydrogen and helium are much, much more than all other elements. Now the continuity. It was very daring to talk about that. At this point, he forgot. He said he wrote papers explaining why the hydrogen and helium ions that he is finding so much strong should not be that strong. There are papers. The only person who took Shah seriously was this lady, Cecilia Payne. Cecilia Payne was working in Harvard Observatory. She was first a student of Eddington, but there was no PhD for in Oxford those days for ladies. So she went to Harvard, was working with Henry Louis Russell. She actually dared to publish that hydrogen gave her much more than Eddington told her, don't put it in your thesis. Russell told her, don't put it in your thesis, this is wrong. So what she did, this is a story for the students. She put it in the thesis, and then in footnotes she said, it is possibly wrong. So it's not always that your supervisor is right. Yeah. Frequently, he or she is right. So be bold enough. If Saha had been bold enough, Saha was very bold. But at this point, he was not bold enough. But nowadays, we know that the element that we know, that universe is principle, forget about dark matter and dark energy. The ordinary matter is 99% comes from hydrogen helium, and that was reduced by Cecilia Pei working on Saha equation. Okay, this picture is quotation is just stop. Is it not? No. It is still easy. For example, this is a book that a teacher that I used to teach astrophysics in my class. And this is called basic astrophysics. This astrophysics is not simple. So you can see perhaps the Saha equation. You see, this is the Saha equation. This is nothing to do with atoms. This is nothing to do with stars. This is the Saha equation applied to Big Bang, where neutrinos combine with protons and neutrons, and protons and neutrons are in nucleus at the very beginning of the universe. This is still Saha equation. This is just like atoms emitting electrons, ions catching electrons, being in equilibrium. Exactly the same. Then, after the proton and neutrons are formed, then proton and neutron combine to form deuteron, but at this high temperature, deuteron takes up into proton and neutron. Another Saha equation. Then after 3 minutes, the nuclear reaction starts. This is the place that where I got 3 minutes to 20 minutes. And then we have atoms. Sorry, not atoms. We have nuclei and electrons. Nuclei and electrons combine to form atoms. Atoms break up into neutrons, electrons. So that period from 20 minutes to 500,000 years, that period is again dominated by Saha equation, the so-called decombination period. You see, a few years back, people got the Nobel Prize, and one of the major works of these was showing how the early universe went out of the Saha equilibrium. One of the major works in that people got the Nobel Prize was he showed that the universe expanded too fast, so that Saha equation that it went out of the Saha equilibrium. It is still being used. It is still being used. This is the, for example, if you have neutron star mergers, then in the neutron star mergers, we have production of new elements, high temperature, too many neutrons against high equilibrium. That's exactly what is still being done. This is actually one of my labels. So you see that Saha used a maximum paper something 20, if you look at the papers, he used a maximum paper 24,000. And now we are talking about applied Saha equation 10 gigabit. Now we are talking about applied Saha equation at the very beginning of the universe. So that's the hallmark of a good theory. That's the hallmark of a good theory. It can go beyond the problem for which it was designed. And then, can I help you with some time? Okay. So I'll be talking of Saha as distribution medium. So this is a quotation for very famous nuclear physicist Pandya. So Pandya said that why we did not parsing the theory, which would have been so much easier. There were so many new developments, equation of nuclear forces, Bohr's work, dealing of shell model. Somehow we remained alone from all these different developments. And then Robert Anderson, who is a Canadian history of science, so he talked about Saha. Given his active political correspondence, travel, and search for funds for his institution, you may rightly wonder whether Saha actually got any scientific work done. Remarkably, he did. I talked of the scientific work, now let us talk about the other part. So this is the picture of the first cyclotron in Asia. This is the Institute of Nuclear Physics. So this is the foundation stone being laid by Institute of Nuclear Physics. Perhaps you can ask me this is the foundation stone being of the Institute of Nuclear Physics. So let me talk about the Institute of Nuclear Physics. This is the old picture of the Institute of Nuclear Physics, which is in our campus, and this is the most new Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics. Also, he was It was a direct recipient, and I think the director of IACS, the new campus of IACS was founded by him, was anticipating nothing. This is the CDCRI being established. Actually, the planning, he was instrumental in planning national planning commission, which later became planning commission. Here you can see this is our department, this is Saha, this is Nehru, and this is Bilal Chandra, who was later the chief minister of West Bengal. And this is Saha is felicitating Nehru after his peace provision. And this is the poster of the when Saha stood for Lok Sabha. It is in Bengali, so I can most of you can read it. But you can, this is a poster of the Saha. Saha's Ken has got votes in the 1951 Lok Sabha election. But let us talk about the story of the cycle. When he came back from Allahabad, when he went back from Allahabad to Kolkata, he studied nuclear physics and astronomy in the department. And then he decided that to do nuclear physics, he need instrument like a cyclotron. Cyclotron was, in the 1930s, cyclotron was invented by Lawrence, and Saha had contact with Lawrence. In 1936, he actually visited the Lawrence laboratory, and it was a Barclay radiation laboratory, not Lawrence Barclay, the Barclay radiation laboratory, and he wrote to Lawrence saying that we want to establish a cyclotron and we will help, and Lawrence agreed. Then he approached Sir Durabji Tata Charities Trust. They were just setting up this Tata Memorial Hospital of Ujjain in Mumbai. So he said that I did a cyclotron to make radioisotopes for treatment. This is still done. Calcutta, I think, is the only city now in India which has a medical cyclotron, specifically made for making radioisotopes in the country. So that actually was a dream option. But then, Tata Trust approved to be 60,000. And the condition was the Calcutta University would match. So what the final situation? The final situation is like this. This is the amount of money that he got. Finally, he got from the Tata Trust 90,000, from the Villas he got 60,000, Calcutta University is going to that 62,000, the government of India got 344,000, then Calcutta University 2 lakh. This is another story. This is that shoe leadership here. We just saw NK Shoe. So NK Shoe and RK Shoe, who were students here, their family was an industrial family, industrialist family in Kolkata. So Saha approached them, they were students, for a leadership. And the leader was Bidin, Pashanti Dubal Namsaki, who was a student here. We will be meeting Bidin actually very soon. So they gave rupees 2 lakhs for this shoe leadership, and later it was utilized by Calcutta University for the building, and then government of India got this, and this was actually from another Saha. He said that he went to Rola Shastra, who was a customs clearing agent, and he got 45,000 from him. So this is the amount of money that he got from this cyclotron. Then Saha said Bidin actually was a student. So for learning on the second part, so actually did his PhD there. Actually he is written as a student of Lawrence, but he actually wanted to be a USA. Of course, Lawrence got his level in 1939. So he also learned about the cyclotron. Then Bidin came back in Calcutta, and by the time he came back, and then he joined on 15th August. And then in 1941, and by the time the shipment was ready, America had to war because the power is not very insecure. So there was a problem of sending this in. So what we have heard, but I have not come across this in any of the documents, that the ship that was bringing the B of the cyclotron, that reached safely, but the pumps were again imported from US, but that ship was torpedoed near Singapore. So it never reached Kolkata, and so consequently it was very delayed. The cyclotron project was very delayed because all attempts to fabricate the diffusion pumps in our workshop was not very useful. Then Saha actually decided to start the new Institute of Nuclear Physics, containing this nuclear physics and biophysics. Again, he was the first to start a biophysics department in the proper sense, and even Mirosna Dasgupta, here is Mirosna Dasgupta, he appointed Mirosna Dasgupta as a professor of biophysics from the cyclotron fund. Okay, and under Mirosna Dasgupta, the first electron microscope in India was built. It is still there in China. The cyclotron is still there in our campus. So the some that was also approved for academic research scholars. So people like, okay, so maybe CNET will definitely recognize the leaders are Dasgupta, Shukumar Disras, research, then SN Bhasha, Guru Kumar Chaudhary, who started that, Dr. Sanjay Gandhi, University of Calcutta, Shantiva Chatterjee, all of them started with this cyclotron part. But changing fortunes on the national front, one actually was our mentor mentioned that Saha was not very diplomatic. So he ruffled many feathers. So he had a very good working relationship with them, but later that did not work out well. And you see that one problem of Saha, I am very much of an admirer of Saha, no doubt about that. But history, at least as I see, that one problem of Saha was that he was coming from a very underprivileged background. He was very much concerned about people studying in his field. Okay, so that was the problem, that if he tells somebody that he is encroaching in his field, he became refugee. So that's not a really good politician. Although he became a politician later, not really later, but he joined politics later, but not really became a politician. So this was and then the problem was that Calcutta University was suffering because of the partition of now it's the partition of India. Now you see, more than 50% of the free part came from Bangladesh nowadays. That is Pakistan and later even before is Bangladesh. So Calcutta University was suffering very much because the fund became very less. And after you see also Nehru wanted you see that idea, this temples of modern living. Okay. So I suppose exists. All of you know it much better than me. But anyway, let me tell you what I think. The temple of modern India. So what Nehru wanted was that Nehru wanted, you see, at that time India was a very poor country, no doubt about that. So he had to decide on the priorities. Where went above and non-ambition. They had to decide on the priorities. Now, should you go for funding all the places, or should you make some places, special places, research institutes, which will leapfrog India to the modern research? Now, they went for the second option. For the simple reason that there was absolutely not enough fund to fund all the universities. So, actually, he wrote a letter. Nehru wrote a letter to the Vice Chancellor of Calcutta University those days. He wrote that our resources in scientific talent as well as other matters are strictly limited. Although we hope to use them, we have therefore to make the best use of them. That indeed requires coordination on an all-India basis. Because of these various things, certain suggestions were put forward on our behalf to leave your Institute of Nuclear Physics more of an all-India. So it was inside the Department of Physics, and then later it became an all-India. How to read the work? Writing on the box, he understood that he was not for it, but he could understand that it was not to be that Institute of Nuclear Physics cannot be maintained inside the department. The only concession that he got was the Vice Chancellor of Calcutta University, the chairman of the governing body of the institute. That was for 50 years or so. And then later, this is no longer the case. The cyclotron wanted to give problems. Segre visited Kolkata and advised Kancholi and people. Then the first internal team was delivered in 1954. And Saha Basta in 1956 in Delhi. The institute was renamed as Science of Nuclear Physics, and we did actually was the acting director, became the full-time director. So as you have seen, Saha started with numerous research. Hello plus code boy, away from metropolis, from a colonial country, what we did newly created institution, which had no tradition. The rival very close to the revolutionary freedom fighters. His FRS nomination was delayed from the nomination, but FRS election was delayed because there was this adverse report from the British police. The true world was did not help matters because you see that research was cut off from the center of the activities because when Shah was joined research at that time, First World War was going on. When Shah decided to come back to Kolkata and start building an institute there. Again, it was the second World War. So the ships, despite immediate attempts, Shah could set up a system by learning the Irish and he was doing it here. Indeed, but not with satisfaction. He went to Nazi laboratory in Germany, but could not wait there. This is, of course, he requested the Rockefeller Foundation that was refused. Okay, this is a story. Now, Saha influenced the whole quantum theory to great effect. Saha, as he told, as he saw, I'm sure, Saha liked to tackle problems which were at the forefront of design. Some ideas of Saha has come up in different forms. And in 1930, as I told you, the short list of Indian physics, 3 days. So these are the books from which I got this data. Avinash Meghnad Saha is, this is the first one, is a Bengali book. It's a nuclear scientist, I already told you. This is the Canadian scientist, Canadian historian from Robert Anderson. Then Robert Knight will mention this is a very great book, a very great collection. Meghnad Saha, his life is historical, but then Saha is found by a great explanation. Then, of course, and also, I had heard from some students of Saha who were my teachers, particularly Professor Ramulal Bhattacharya, who is no longer with us, who was a student of Ajit Saha, Saha Meghnad Saha. And also I have heard from many of our teachers who were students of Saha. And I really would like to thank again the Allahabad University for giving me this opportunity to talk about the person after my heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gautam, for this very informative and educative talk. And I myself am interested in history of science, and I would learn many facts about the Saha and the politics of Saha and this Ashutosh Mukherjee. It was a wonderful lecture, and you come to know the backdrop in which the scientists like Saha could navigate, the kind of hurdles he negotiated. So it is a lesson for all of us. And as Professor Deepak Garg has said in the end of his talk, the question before us is what we have done in 100 years of science in India. So that is the question to ponder over for the future generation, for us also. At least 10 to 20 years physics is ahead of me. I will also be pursuing my career till that point, at least that much minimum. So we need to ask ourselves, we need to seriously introspect our efforts, our ways, our culture of the institution. Now I invite questions. Questions please. आप लोग बातचीत के अंदाज में पूछ सकते हैं, हिंदी में पूछ सकते हैं, गौतम अपने हिसाब से जवाब देंगे. Feel free. अजीत साहब yes. हाँ भाई, गौतम की आवाज थोड़ी धीमी थी तो आप लोग He's a very good. Yes. What happens? Stellar dust. When the star burns and dies, what happens to?
This is stellar nursery is a place where stars are born. Okay, so that means what you are asking about how it is born or how it is. Okay, so there are big clouds basically. Now when the clouds collapse after the moon gravity, you see that if I let it drop, it will accelerate. That means its velocity increases. So when a cloud collapses under its own gravity, if the particles, gas particles, the velocity increases, so that means it is becoming hot. So at some point of time, it's a very big story, but at some point of time, it becomes so hot that nuclear reaction can start and we say it's hot. Can you make it little louder or can you come down here? You see, we are giving you the mic. Or cheering. Come down, please come down.
Hello.
What happened in start at the year, how different elements formed and how they create.
I was going to say that scenario of star. Okay, so you see that when a star dies, there are many things, but one of these things, for example, is a supernova. Okay, or it can be a nova later, or it can be, say, neutron star matter. All these things make ellipses. Now you see that in your body or in my body, what are the most common ellipses? Hydrogen. We have this argon, carbon, and everything. So all these were made inside the stars. This is something that I want that reactions inside stars. So then when they die, sometimes there are huge explosions, so that explosion throws away all these elements in the universe, and then they later make clouds. Those clouds later make stars and planets. Something like ours, nothing like ours. That's how we made here. That's why what we made by the star. All the elements, all the atoms that are there in your body, my body, everywhere here was inside a star.
So my second question is, some facilities at Zurich, Switzerland, there are some facilities where LHC blocks, the ground collider blocks, where we collide.
We are going far out from my lecture actually. Yes, not scientific
Yes. We found in 2012. So do you really get it? I mean, do you really get a Higgs boson or just get a Higgs boson?
I'm sure there are more people who are much more. Not getting one.
Actually, this is the talk about Meghnad, Saha, and Higgs was prediction of standard model, and it was predicted. Actually, it was Higgs. So that's why it's a big discovery. This is a question of particle physics. You can discuss it with me later. Someone else? मेघनाथ साहा के बारे में पूछ सके आप लोग कुछ तो? You want to ask something? You take my hand.
Please, I'm sorry, I missed your question.
Put on the mic.
I'm just curious to know Saha's reaction when the lady, I could not remember her name, but when she quoted the thesis, particularly the theory that
Cecily Bain.
Yeah,
Bain.
Yeah, so what was his reaction after seeing that thesis?
Then I don't know. I have not come across that part. Okay. You see that it was not a single incident. For example, in 1928, when Patel published the thesis, okay, at that time, Russell was saying that no, that part is wrong. But then, by the time 1930, that was a established fact. Okay, so it was not a single incident. It took about 2 years for that to take hold. So I suppose there was not a, it did not elicit any reaction from Shah because of that, because it took a long time. Yeah, but of course he must have read back his own papers and said, what did he do?
Actually, we have read the history of freedom struggle, and this Bhaga episode was a knowledge to me. I mean, Saha connection with Bhaga. Yeah, this is a great thing.
Shidu was told that he actually there was this gunfight in Guribala. Some of you have heard of it. That there was this. They went to this Odisha in Guribala, and there was this gunfight in which Bhagavad died. But before that, there was a expedition. There was a mission to look at the landscape, whether a ship can land there. It was the idea that there was a ship coming from Germany and ended. and coming from Germany and lending arms there. So actually Bagaji went to collect those arms. Now what surprisingly told me, but I have not come across that, I forgot to ask him about the original reference, that earlier there was a mission, what is it called nowadays? So to look at the landscape where the ship can come there, and how was part of it. Sri Prajwal, Professor Sri Prajwal contains a fundamental reason. He told me that. I forgot to ask him about it. But he was very much with the revolutionists. For example, when he went to Germany and then he came back, the German, the Indian revolutionaries there sent a key with him. The key is not a key like that, but basically the key was the identifier that when a person from Germany comes and he is actually trying to meet a revolutionary here, our revolutionary here from Jugato Revolution Committee, he had to utter a specific phrase, and that phrase was entrusted to Shah. He brought that phrase from Germany. So you see, that was not very strange. For example, when Asian went from here to Germany first, went to Einstein, he went to France and then to Germany, he got money from here, from Kolkata to give to those revolutionaries. And actually, Shrimati Kumar Chattopadhyay wrote him a letter that get this Sanskrit book. That was the code for giving that money to the German revolution. So these people were PC Ray, for example. PC Ray allowed his rubber to be used for bomb making. So these people were something somewhat different from all of us. If you talk about that.
So doing physics, doing science, and your introduction to the Indian freedom struggle. So it's interesting times. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, as now, sir, Rameshwar has told us that you are a nuclear physicist. Sir, how did you get time to write such type of books?
He should have said he was a nuclear physicist. Nowadays, okay, I really do less difficult. Teaching is of course there, but research is much less, and I am much more interested in these places. Maybe last year, you see, when we started our department Centenary, so we started it was in 1916. So we started in 1940 making preparations. At that time, we decided to write a history of the department, and that actually triggered that. That triggered that. And then during the 3 years of COVID, where we are all stuck in our houses, so that also helped that. So whether it is good or bad, I don't know. But as I said, the company should have said he was in politics.
So look at the personality of Saha himself. He has many facets. I mean, he was a physicist, he was a nuclear physicist, atmospheric scientist. I mean, he was a historian, he was a parliamentarian, he worked for the river planning, he designed the calendar. I mean, many things. So, I mean, physicists have multi-facets of the personality, multi-dimensional personality. Or why? Push the question. Oh, yes, these are just numbers 32 and 30.
Maybe, at least I don't know saying that. I got it some since this is completely outside my head, I got it some source. In fact, I also don't know how this was calculated. I also really don't know how this was calculated. Because I don't know the elements are basically at the same level, so I really don't know.
जानकारी मेरा जब जानकारी के लिए
You see, that the point is that Saha was a scholar of science later. Okay. Then he studied our old Shastras. Okay, but of course he had something in mind. Then he, as it learned that he was a very much of an organizer. He started the Indian Physical Society. He started the Indian Academy of Sciences, which became National Academy of Sciences, Allahabad. He started the department here. He started the Institute of Nuclear Physics. He had very little time actually spare time, but he wrote in Bengali for students about research, and that type of article even now we can read them for science. And also I remember one article, it's interesting, that when Aston got his Nobel Prize, he wrote an article on Aston. Now, before I wrote the Nobel Prize, what he wrote is this, that Aston actually was a very poor student. So he, in fact, he was called Thomson's bottle washer. So Aston, he wrote that Aston got a third class case or something. He never got a MSc. He was called as Thomson's bottle washer. But he went on with his work wholeheartedly, and he finally got the Nobel Prize. And we in Calcutta University, if somebody gets a second class, we say that you cannot do physics. This is not the way things are done. I remember that. Right. So you see that physics is not really about scoring numbers, as I am sure that everybody has told you, but I repeat it. It's something like a passion for all of us.
Actually, wanted to know, so science should be not limited to a we should also perform extra curricular activities. So there must be something.
He has done not many extra things actually. Saha has done not many extra things which he told. I mean, he fought election, went to parliament. So, I mean, you can just imagine. So, let us wind up. Asha, now the energy is getting triggered, but now it's lunch time for us. I think also, ask couple of questions.
He was also involved in this flood relief committee twice. Yes.
बेसिकली हमें पता है कि बहुत से एरिया में हमारे को फाइल करना वाला सब कुछ फाइल है इनको निकालते हैं सर हम ये सिंपल एग्जांपल एरिया था सर वो एरिया पे मटेरियल है तो सर होता ये कि एरिया पे ठीक करेगा एरिया में को करेगा उसमें और पड़ता ठीक करेगा और सर डेट नहीं चेंज होगा तो सर इतने सालों से प्रेजेंट है तो सर आप तक आपको ठीक हो कि डेट नहीं कन्वर्ट हो जाना चाहिए था तो अब तक प्रेजेंट
Yes. You have to certainly remember. Apply to it. Million years. Okay, so this is like our 4.5 million years. So it will take about 3 lifetimes to years. It takes 3.5 million years for the Okay, so yeah, that's why this is clearly.
पूछो जल्दी से तुम पूछ लो उसके बाद हम लोग पूछ लो जल्दी से that's bound to happen debate.
Is time travel possible? Is time travel?
टाइम ट्रैवल अब चलिए इसमें काफी ये साइंस फिक्शन का सवाल है सो लेट्स ये साइंस फिक्शन का सवाल है टाइम ट्रैवल हम आगे देखिएगा कैसे होगा
Because my friend mentioned science fiction, I'm really interested in science fiction. But possibly that's why the question came. I really don't know.
तो ठीक है अब ये बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग लेक्चर हुआ बहुत ढेर सारी इंटरेस्टिंग जानकारियां हमको मिली प्रोफेसर दीपक दर और प्रोफेसर गौतम गंगोपाध्याय को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दो व्याख्यानों से लाभान्वित हुए मतलब ऐसा दिन जो बहुत दिनों में कभी कभी आता है, इसके लिए हम इनके बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं। बहुत बहुत आप लोगों का आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और आप सबका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप लोगों ने बहुत ही पेशेंटली सुना। लंच के लिए हम लोग ब्रेक करेंगे। लंच ब्रेक करने के बाद 3 बजे पुनः आप लोग यहाँ इकट्ठा होंगे। आप लोग अपने अपने लंच खा लें, जो टिफिन बॉक्स वगैरह लाए होंगे सब लोग उसके बाद हम लोग 3 बजे पुनः प्रोफेसर अवधेश मणि को सुनने के लिए यहाँ इकट्ठे होंगे। सो प्लीज grab a hurry lunch and then come. Okay.
Indira Gandhi Atomic Research Center. Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research. Is a professor and dean of physical sciences. He is a member of Board of Studies of Physical Sciences. भी महान नेशनल HBNI एक्चुअली जो यही के टॉप क्लास इंस्टीट्यूट्स है 7-8-10 है उन इंस्टीट्यूट्स का अफिलिएशन पहले यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ जैसे चेन्नई अब जो चेन्नई के लोग इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी से डिग्री लेते थे इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फिजिक्स भुवनेश्वर के लोग कटक यूनिवर्सिटी से डिग्री लेते थे जो बगल में था और आई गेस SIMT के लोग कोलकाता यूनिवर्सिटी से डिग्री लेते थे आई थिंक गौतम योरसेल्फ हैव बीन अच्छा सो बाद में इसमें बहुत दिक्कतें आती थी यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम की ब्यूरोक्रेसी और उनका पेस दोनों में डिसजॉइंट था ऐसे स्ट्रेस बिटवीन दीस टू एनर्जी लेवल्स सो टू एडजस्ट दैट HBNI का गठन हुआ अभी बाबा नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट इसमें जितने DIT इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं सबके स्टूडेंट्स की PhD डिग्री वो देती है ऐसा काइंड ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटी तो ये HBNI के हैं इम्पोर्टेंट पोजीशंस पे है सो अब मैं बहुत कुछ नहीं बताऊंगा इनके बारे में अब का लेक्चर जो है आपको बताएंगे दिस इज अबाउट प्रैक्टिकल वर्क दैट इज बीइंग डन इन द लैब तो आप लोग इसे जानिए
Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, it is very nostalgic moment for me. 27 years back, I was sitting there, and now I am here. I think first I should address dear student, as I have been a student here, and I like to interact with the student and all the students who are here. I have been like university here, attending the classes from our professors. Many of them we have already met. Professor Rai is there, Professor Meghnad is also there. People are here. First, at the outset, I will thank my esteemed colleague and friends, Professor Vivek Tiwari, Professor A. Nuttanji, who has organized this wonderful scientific seminar here and invited me. I will be very much thankful to all my colleagues and friends because they are all my classmates and friends and we have been interacting them occasionally. I think that more or less this room is same as it was earlier also, only some AC is there. We have never been having AC here and some like illumination is better. This lighting system, this looks quite beautiful and actually with these things I hope that it will attract more talents and more students will come and sit here and after some time, maybe few years, they will illuminate their scientific work in the horizon of the global scenario like they will circulate, I should say, and their lights will be felt everywhere. It is coming from Prayagraj, now it is Prayagraj, so it has its own merit. Before, I will not take much time just to start. I have chosen the subject. Most of the work has been carried out in our lab, and I just give the introduction of most of the things. Here I have taken three things: one is the superconductor, other is the magnetic material, and third one is the population insulator. All these things are contemporary area of research where a lot of work is going on research work in these areas. So certainly I will just produce all of these. But before that, I just want to tell you about Department of Atomic Energy from which I belong. Our center, the Center for Atomic Research. This is the one picture from our place. This is the first reactor. Actually, like the Kalkata, this is Triveni, three rivers are needed, Ganga, Yamuna, and Saraswati. Okay, very good. So Kalkata is also a Triveni of three different types of nuclear reactors. Any of you are knowing what are three different types of reactors? Have you heard of? These are the vision which Ami Baba has had. He has vision for three stages of nuclear reactor. First stage, second stage, and third stage. And all the three stages are culminated in Kalkata. So that's why it is called the Triveni of nuclear reactors. All three types of nuclear reactors are available here. First one is their missile material is uranium-235, where slow neutrons are bombarded to carry out the fission process. This fission process is carried out by the slow neutron. So, like that, on the basis of this principle, we have many atomic power plants. Madras atomic power plant is one of the reactors, which is based on this pressurized heavy water reactor. That is in Meghnad. Like that, we have 22 reactors running across the country, which is producing 6,780 megawatt power. And many others are in the pipeline, which is at the stage of completion. And now we come to the second stage of it. Because you are using uranium 235 is a very small quantity, available 0.7% of lot of uranium. And maximum is uranium 238, which is about 99.2%. So that uranium 238 is not a fertile, it is fertile material. So ABBA has thought how to make use of this 99.02%. For that, their second stage started. This is called breeding, fast breeder reactor. So what is done here? In second stage we use fast neutron. This fast neutron converts uranium-238 into plutonium-239, and this plutonium-239 is a fissile material. So in breeder reactor, by name itself, breeding is you produce something more. So it produces more fissile material fuel than whatever it consumes. So it will break the uranium-239 and that will be released. At the same time, it will convert uranium-238 into plutonium-239. So it produces more fuel than it consumes. So that is the concept of the breeding. And the third stage is actually India is not having a very large resource of uranium. We have to whatever we have to optimally utilize it. So third thing is we have large quantity of thorium. So how to utilize thorium? Thorium-232. So what is that? Thorium-232 is used in blanket or fast breeder reactor. And this thorium-232 gets converted into uranium-223, and that becomes a fissile. So that is the third stage of the reactor. And third stage we have Kalkata, that is called Kamini. Very fascinating name, but full name is Kalkata mini reactor. So this reactor runs on uranium-236. All the three reactors here. This is the fast breeder reactor, which this is a test research reactor, but it also produces 13 megawatt energy. Though it is not supposed to produce for research purposes, but it is doing more than whatever it is expected. Now, based on this, we are also going to get another reactor. This is called RT Nigam. We are going to have 500 megawatt fast breeder reactor. So this is all about our India Science Center. I have been associated with this Homi Bhabha National Institute, and as Professor Vivek has already told, this is institute is having almost 11 CIs, constituent institute, in which IGCAR, DRC, HRI, SIMP, VCC, NAXER, IIT Bhubaneswar, ITR, TMC, many other institutes are affiliated to this, and this is like a deep university which provides degrees for the research student. And for the benefit of the student, let me tell him how we find what is the prospect for the student to join the BA. We have three modes of recruitment. First is a scientific officer that is done by the training school. It's called Bharat Training School. To that we require scientific officers, and they have to go for another training school. After that, they will get job as scientific officers. Another thing is our scientific assistant. They are paid training like this. They will go at category 1 training. Recently, a lot of advertisement. We have government has asked us to recruit some around 2,000 vacancy has to be filled. So this will be a large going to come. Recently, if you go to the RCA site, they have advertised these vacancies is going to come now. And third one is we have large number of research students. At the ICAR, we have 400. They are doing research students. They are at various disciplines. They are doing their research. And recently, they have maybe 2 weeks back, we have interviewed more than 100 vacancies we are going to fill now. So these are the opportunities, and all the this fellowship is funded by the CII. I think our funds all the 200 students, around 35,000 rupees. So now I'll just quickly come to the my evaluation contains by the physics division, in which we have 3 sections. Each section is one section is run by Dr. P.R. Ravindran, and this is a live scattering study system. In this section, we study Raman scattering, Brunei scattering, and then quantum optics, holographic vision, and then soft management. And another one is done by Santi Babu, and this is low temperature section where we have studied the ground state properties of many materials, in which include superconductor, magnetic materials, strongly correlated system, magnetic system, and many network structures, which I am going to talk and really focus on this work. And another one is headed by Dr. Sanjay. This is our high pressure physics section. Here we have a dynamic cell, and we study the general property and phase conditions at very high pressure and very high temperature. So these are the small introduction. Now I will come to the program which we have been studying in our division. So first program, our theme of the studies are to study the evolution of the physical properties of very large systems, as you can see that superconductivity, strongly correlated system, topological insulator, intermediate systems under very high pressure and very high magnetic field at very low temperature. That is called the what is the intrinsic ground state property and how it can be modified and evolved when external parameters are applied on it. Then here I am going to present where I have put the big mark that the table of the ground state properties of the heterostructure. Heterostructures means the structure with 2 different types of material that we put together. Intimate contact, 2 objects are in intimate contact, and we are looking how it is going to change ground state property or the physical property of the systems when 2 objects get varied. And then studies of magnetic systems. We have many magnetic phenomena we study. They are magnetic related studies that we perform in magnetic systems. And this is very used of carrier pulling effects. And next is structural subordinate periodic classes where we do Raman and Raman status protein. This is the many synthesis and investigation of quantum systems are very interesting systems. These materials are also very important for our strategic important for our BA. So those studies the form at very high pressure and see that how deviations are going to occur in these materials, like many rare and many uranium-based materials are studied. Then we study stability of uranium, because uranium is our bread and butter for BA. So all these studies will be dedicated on this system. Then we study what will happen when radiation is performed. We develop photonic cells and so on, so for many other hydrogels, and then soft management of holographic vision, and optical compound spectroscopy and quantum optics. But I will concentrate here one of them. These are the experimental facilities. I have just listed few of them. We have only viewed from one section because I'm going to present the work of that video. So we have dilution refrigerator. This can go on medically. We have materials after that. And the topic of our brain, projection and substitute measurement. We have a substitute measurement setup at high pressure and low pressure. And then no transport measurement can be performed to 60 pressure. And then low temperature dielectric and UV measurement can be done. We have several propulsion systems, surface laser propulsion system, and DC metric system. And we have very strong protein for going single crystals and by using various methods and many other facilities we have. This is just a photograph of the market. This is the facility for creation for detection to manometer and dilution refrigerator, and we have this is the ambitious thing. Diamond and cell is used for doing the based on this study where very high pressure and high temperature also. This is lower, you can see this can go up to 100 GPa pressure and this can go up to 3000 Kelvin by laser measurement. We have numerous spectroscopy. And these are the optical measurement high pressure, now I'll come to the topic which I am going to do. We have divided into three parts. First is the superconductor, other is magnetic system, and then local system. Now, common among all these things is superconductor. We first take the superconductor and try to see that what will happen to the superconductor when we superimpose over it is another ground state, that is a magnetic or it is local state. So these things will be say about. These are high temperature superconductor which we are very aware of. This is lithium copper oxide, and this is bismuth strontium calcium copper oxide, which is having very high density. These are 92 Kelvin, and this has 10 Kelvin temperature. And these are the Meghnad. Many of you might have already heard of this. This is a unique material. It is called half-radiant ferromagnetic systems, which have very high speed polarized electrons. These, if you see the phase diagram of these materials, they are very rich physics inherited by these materials. They are having ferromagnetic order, anti-ferromagnetic order. You might have, you know how many types of anti-ferromagnetic orders are there? Anti-ferromagnetic has varieties of ferromagnetic order. I will just come to ferromagnetism. This is classical ferromagnetic. There is not much interest. But anti-ferromagnetic, which looks very dull, but it has lot of information, a lot of varieties. I will just tell you about this thing. And then topolescan is later. Any of you are aware of this material? This is a very recent work is going on throughout the method, because many people have dedicated a lot of work. It has first been Nobel Prizes. And PCS superconductor, anyway, all of you will be aware of. Now I'll just give a brief introduction. Those who are expert, please pardon me. Just this lecture I prepared for set of students, so do not get affected that I am going for very basics now. You know what this is the characteristic properties of the superconductor. When you cool it to a certain critical temperature, its resistivity vanishes. That is called a critical temperature for the superconductor. And if these materials are subjected inside the magnetic field, that there will be a complete expulsion of the magnetic field from outside. This is called Meghnad. What does it mean? That this magnetic susceptibility is -1. Perfect means it is the maximum whatever is possible. You know many materials are diamagnetic, right? This is a diamagnetic. It is called perfect diamagnetic. What is the difference between perfect diamagnetic and anti-normal material? Many of you are aware of this thing. Huh? This is the maximum value which attains. Normally you see hydrogen that has value 10 power -8, almost 10 power 8 times larger than any normal diamagnetic. Any material you put magnetic field because of lens line will show diamagnetism, right? That is the magnetic property. So Another very important property is the phase coherence. If you see that normal electron, each electron has phase, but that phase keeps on quickly changing. So there is no asymmetry again. But in case of the superconductivity, because it is formed by the Cooper pair, here phase wave, a function of the phase, covers very long distance, and that breaks asymmetry. Now, three critical properties which I have already told. One is UC, that is one thing. Other is critical magnetic field. If you have high magnetic field beyond this level, then superconductivity will vanish. Similarly, critical current density. If the current density exceeds this value, the superconductivity will destroy. So these are the reasons within this level superconductivity will exist. All the three directions. If you vary beyond this it will become normal. How it occurs? This is just a cardboard. It shows how superconductivity Cooper pair is getting formed. What will happen is once one electron is coming with the wave vector A, it will try to just attract one lattice atom. Lattice will not attack vibrating. So quantized vibration of lattice is called phonon, right? So the moment it attracts one electron, one electron is coming and ion is positive charge. There is Coulomb attraction between these. And it will, since moving electron, it will try to pull your whole electron to that positive charge. So what will happen? At very locally, you will see that some positive charge congregation will be seen. That another electron which is coming from this direction, it will see that there is some attractive conglomeration there, then it will get attracted towards this. So what will happen? This excites lattice distortion is a bit for a very small time. This is called virtual phonon. It is not actual real phonon. It is a virtual phonon whose lifetime is a microsecond. But within this much, if it sees another electron which is coming in opposite direction, then what will happen? These two electrons, one electron is going this direction, other is coming this direction. By the time this virtual phonon has been initiated, they have gone far distance. So Coulomb repulsion between electrons has become very small. But because lattice has given them attraction, so these two electrons, despite having Coulomb repulsion, they get attracted towards each other, and that is getting mediated by this lattice. So this way, they form a Cooper pair. So this is called retardation process. This is not instantaneous. They are middle part. First electron will come, it will just distort lattice. It will take some time so that it can move some further distance to avoid the Coulomb repulsion. And that advantage is taken by the other electron, and they both form the Cooper pairs. Like that, all the electrons at the Fermi surface will form. Now we see this is called conventional, which has been given by Michel, Body, Cooper, and Schrieffer. This theory has been given. This is called conventional. All the material which follow this theory are called conventional superconductors. So in this you can see that their electron where this is the Fermi surface. The moment they form the Cooper pair, then energy gap is getting created here. Do you know any material where energy gap is there? Like semiconductor, right? Semiconductor has band gap, right? But these two gaps are very different. This gap is a manifestation of Fermi surface. It is always, and in the case of insulator or in case of semiconductor, the energy gap is always attached to the lattice. It will never get destroyed. But in this case, this is just a manifestation. The moment your temperature has increased, this has vanished. So this is manipulation of the Fermi surface rather than it is attached to the lattice. Now I will come to unconventional superconductors. Most of the material high temperature superconductors, they are unconventional. Unconventional means, you know, electron is a fermion, so total wave function has to be antisymmetric, right? So they have two parts. One is the spin part, other is the orbital part. If you combine these two, since it is fermion, so total wave function has to be antisymmetric. So what choices you have? You have two choices. Either orbital has to be antisymmetric, both cannot be the same, right? One has to be antisymmetric, other has to be symmetric, right? In order to make the total wave function antisymmetric, right? That is the product of the two waves. So we have different kind of superconductor because of this combination. So this is called isotropic superconductor, which is DC superconductor. These are all the beyond DC theory. These are called P-based superconductors. Then spins will be in case of Cooper where all the spins up and down spins are coming to Cooper pair. In the case of the P-based, these up spins are coming to Cooper pairs. So these kind of material, if you see here, if you apply magnetic field, this will be deleterious for magnetic. It will try to destroy superconductivity. But in this case, magnetic field will try to help. Like that, you have B-wave superconductor. All the high temperature superconductors comes in this category because their energy gap is not isotropic in all the directions. They have nodes at different places in the Fermi surface. Now, I'll give the example of some of material. These are the very technologically very useful materials. All the magnets, whatever is they are produced by the PGI and the PGI. 24 Tesla magnets can be produced. And this we have been using for our all the measurements, for the magnetoresistance measurement, all the measurements. This type of magnets are being used. Now I come to the high temperature superconductor. These two superconductors I just this is like an anti-current PC and this has connected current. But you see their upper contact field that is very high compared to the low temperature superconductor. But the only problem is they are not isotropic. They are anisotropic. In one direction they are very high, in the other direction they are very low. So you can minimum, but making it technologically applicable, we have to go by the minimum values only because if you apply more than one direction, you cannot work. Let me briefly give the introduction to magnetic system. This is, we have chosen the panelite. These are the CMR material, magnetoresistant. This is a structure wise, this has a perovskite structure. Perovskite is a unique structure where this and some material is there, and then this outside is a template. So, at the body, at the corner, if you see, you have this material. This atom will be at the corner, and this will be at the face center. At the center, if you find that this oxygen will be at the face center, and this material will be at the body center. So this is the typical perovskite structure. Now I was telling about the antiferromagnetism. Antiferromagnetism material has a very many varieties of. See, ferromagnetism has only one type. All these things will be parallel. All the directions are parallel. But antiferromagnet can have very many phases. Like A type. Here, if you see that this plate, AB plate, has are ferromagnetically coupled. But over the next plate, the C direction, they are antiferromagnetic. So this is ferromagnetically coupled. This is ferromagnetically coupled. But A to B, this plate, C direction, they are antiferromagnetically coupled. So this is called A type. And reverse of this is called C type, where AB plane is antiferromagnetically coupled, but in C direction they are ferromagnetically coupled. Like that, so many other types are there. This is a textbook discuss where in all the directions they will have antiferromagnetic coupling. So at low temperature they start canting, and this canting gives them ferromagnetic contribution. Ferromagnetism arises. That also I will discuss. Now I will just give a brief introduction of that. This is very new materials, and I will spend for the benefit of the students 1 or 2 minutes on this material. It's quite interesting material. This material is very unique in the sense it is neither semiconductor nor metal. It has both. So if you see the semiconductor, this is a parabolic band, conduction band, valence band. They are separated by the inertial band. And this is classical semiconductor matrix. But in this material, what will happen? Because of band inversion is taking place. This part has gone up and this part has gone down. This is called band inversion because of this orbital coupling. So this opens a gap in between. And along with that, you see that there is a surface state. This is called surface state. This dispersion you see, this is parabolic. But this dispersion is linear. And this linear dispersion comes from relativistic Dirac theory, where you see that massless rest those electrons whose rest mass is 0, they will see this dispersion. You might have read in relativistic quantum mechanics. So this is called Dirac dispersion, which has linear dispersion, and this gives finite density of state is an energy there. And this is called the Dirac points, where these two materials meet. And very special feature of this material, which is displayed here. And the Dirac, you can see that this dispersion is going in plus k direction, is going in minus k direction. Plus k direction is getting coupled with the plus spin up, and other one is getting coupled with the spin down. This like the superconductor you say spin up and spin down. Here also this is called a pair, but this name is not a Cooper pair, this is called Kramer pair. So they are very compatible with the superconductor. If you put these two superconductor and this one bring intimate contact, then lot of ground state properties can be modified. You can tailor that properties in such a way that you can exploit this material for a technological application. This has been recently studies done on this direction. This is very used for quantum computation and many other areas. I do not want to go on the application side. This is experimental verification. This has come from arcs measurement, anti-result photometric spectroscopy. This picture and this picture you can just see. And most important part is that these are highly spin polarized, and this pair cannot be broken unless you break completely the topological characteristics, because they are protected by time reversal symmetry. This is quantum guarantee has been given. Quantum, as long as time reversal symmetry is not broken, this case cannot be broken. So these are material which we have chosen for this study. They are this one basically based materials. They are called 3D topological insulator, which we have utilized in this case. Now I go to the proximity effect. The term which we have used, proximity effect. What does it mean? And you are aware what proximity means? Proximity means some two things are coming in intimate contact. When two materials are brought in intimate contact, what will happen? Each will start sharing their property with each other. So by the time you come to the interface, what will happen? Interface has two different kinds of ground state. One is superconductor, that will be magnetic ground state, or topological ground state. But how they are going to interfere and bring out some new properties, that is the part of the research which is going on in this field. So how to make these materials? We have used first result transfer system. This is YBCU, for which we have NSMO, which is schema material. Like that, many other gadgets have been made for different applications. I do not want to go into TPP or this one. But why we need to do the proximity effect and what happens when the ferromagnet brought in intimate contact of the semiconductor. You know ferromagnet and semiconductor, they are antagonist to each other. They don't like to see each other. Because ferromagnetism will try to kill the superconductivity, and in other ways superconductivity will try to induce superconductivity in ferromagnet. So there is a like a kite and ride type of a race between these two. Now, what is this scope? What we are looking for and what can happen when this kind of the material has been brought together and the study has been performed. This is very many different kind of work has been already carried out. You can control this interplay of superconductor like this. You can vary the strength of other parameters of the superconductor. You can make a tailor material, artificial material you can create. Whether material A and material B don't have those properties, but if you bring A and B together, you can bring new property which is not available in nature. So, reinvent superconductivity. What does it mean? Superconductivity first appears, then we get destroyed, then again appears. And this is very quite interesting phenomena. I will show you later. And so many other things I do not want to. Now I will come to topological insulator and superconductor. Because we have seen that very good compatibility between DCS type of superconductor and topological insulator. Because they have their Cooper pair type of things and then we have a Kramer pair. So this interaction between Cooper pair and Kramer pair is very important and takes a lot of code and many such anomalous features as you see like anomalous quantum voltage, and then you have the anomalous fault alert quantum topology, cost of quantum species, and so on. Even S-wave superconductor can change E-wave superconductor. And at the same time, superconductor can induce superconductivity into topological insulator. So this is the first thing, first part. First part we have chosen this new linear response magnet, which is superimposed over a variable, variable copper oxide. This is a error rate material of different thicknesses which have been done, and I will identify in this. You see the complexity. Why we have chosen high temperature superconductor in this EMR material? Because both are oxides, so you can prepare both materials simultaneously. You have not to break the vacuum and go then again prepare material. Because they have close-like structure, they have good compatibility, they can go one over other. These are the properties of YBC already I have put this age and all these things are observed and London penetration level and coherence level. Now these two materials we have, as already have shown, A type ferromagnet. This is A type ferromagnet, and this is C type ferromagnet. So we want to see if you put A type ferromagnet towards superconductor, how it is going to change the property of superconductor. And next, if you put the C type, then what kind of changes can be brought? This is what the phase diagram of the mechanism. Proximity is two types of proximity. One is static proximity. You put one material over other and see the property. Other is a dynamic proximity. You try to pass some spin polarized current to it and see that how we are going to change their property. And spin injection is one area where a lot of work is going on. These are the one. I have just given the summary of this one. I am not taking all the results here. You can see that this is the YBCO and this is LSMO. This material has been superimposed. This bilayer has been prepared. First YBCO, over YBCO we have put this LSMO. Then, sorry. See, this temperature has gone down a little bit because when you get from 1 to 8 the picture will be there. But what is interesting in this material? We have here 40 nanometer thick ensemble layer. This 40 stays 40 nanometer, 30 is 30 nanometer, 160 is 160 nanometer, and 200 is 200 nanometer. So we vary the thickness of this material. This thickness is fixed. We are varying this thickness only. Then what we are getting is superconductivity. Transition temperature, if you see a large thickness, it is increasing. But the moment thickness is start decreasing of top layer, TC decreases very fast. But this is not expected. What is expected is when you grow more and more magnetic material over the superconductor, TC should decrease. When thickness is increasing, TC should decrease. But what has happened is very opposite, and which was not anticipated. So this is one of the results which have been you can see this paper if you are interested. This has been based on our work, many work has already been executed and a lot of work has done. And what is happening in this, why it has happened? Because already I have shown that when you have A type material, this AV plane, they are coupled ferromagnetically. So what happens? Near the interface, what it is seen is ferromagnet. So when thickness is decreasing, then what will happen? When it is very thin, mostly you see the ferromagnetic bottom layer. So that contribution for the thinner one, this kills because of the ferromagnetic. At the same time, being one layer ferromagnetic, it is passing spin polarized current inside the superconductor, which has very much fast deteriorated superconductivity compared to the thicker one. This has been already demonstrated how you can inject high current density inside. You see in YBCO, you inject only one layer. It is more 10 to the minus 5 times. This rate of change is 10 to the minus 5 times. But if you have LSMO rate, this rate is 10 to the minus 2. This almost 10 to the 3 times. 10 to the 3 times change has come. Now I will go to C. Now you compare. Now I have seen only A type, and this is the C type. You see how constructive property is increasing. This is this shows a very unique property. This is a real temperature of LSMO. Sorry, real temperature is here. Here there is painting. I have shown that because of painting, it gets magnetic movement, ferromagnetic contribution. And this is the first report noted in the literature out of the first one, which has shown reinforced superconductivity in this one. So see, superconductivity comes and then get destroyed here, where bending is taking place. And then again superconductivity. So this is like cat and rat race. First superconductivity becomes stronger and superconductivity because it is a strong ground state takes place. The moment bending starts, yes, bending starts, the superconductivity gets killed. Then there is a again when you lower the temperature because superconducting other parameter becomes very strong at lower temperature. Then again it hits the bending and then re-enters the area of superconductivity. This result has been found thickness dependence on this one. Behavior, how they change when you apply conductivity and you change the thickness. Now I will come to the part 2. This is a summary of part 1, which I have already told. If you have A-type material, changes are different. You have seen, I have forgotten to tell you, in the A-type of superconducting material when you saw, you have seen that lower thickness is showing more effect. But if you go to C-type, their higher thickness is showing. That is usually accepted. Why it is happening in the case of C-type? Because this heavy plane is already anti-ferromagnetic. So the effect whatever we have seen in A-type material, that is not there in the case of the C-type material. Now part 2 I will come. This is, we have chosen different superconductor here. This is called disco superconductor, which has TC, maximum TC of 200. Here we have two different kind of CMR material here. One is a praseodymium calcium manganese oxide and praseodymium strontium manganese. This is a charge order system and this is a ferromagnet. So previously we have seen the effect of anti-ferromagnet. Now we are going to see how ferromagnetic materials have impact on the superconductor. So this is found in 3 variables. If you check the from 1 to 3, then 3 materials, 3 different types. This has one has very low TC, other has 80 level, and one has 100 level. We have chosen this material, and it is highly challenging to make this material in pure phase form because some of these things will always be around. So how to get rid of and make it material? For that we have made a thin film of this material. You can see this TC is almost we have 110 milliwatt. And different substrate. Substrate is single crystalline substrate where we have lanthanum aluminum oxide substrate and then strontium titanium and then magnesium oxide. You see better film in the small delta TC and large TC around 110 cases. But you see that energy delta is there, it is very small. So this material we have chosen and we have all the material assistance and just summarizing the set here. So we can see that it is a very high magnetic field. If you can when you start it, you can make a magnet of 185 days of magnet. But the only thing is that you have to make wire out of this. This is very difficult. Now, these two materials we will take together and try to superimpose on the superconductor. This has a ferromagnetic contribution here. This is a charge order. Now, we will see the proximity effect between these two. One is a charge order CMR material, and other one is a ferromagnetic CMR material. So, what we have done, we have put one CMR material over the CMR material. What was the purpose was to see that whether we can produce larger CMR at room temperature. Generally, for technological application, we need to have large CMR at room temperature, but then we can use for potential application in the memory devices. So we can see that we have achieved when we have larger thickness, maybe 300 see this CMR value at room temperature was 20. But the moment we have increased the thickness, value has increased to 30, and which has a potential of 20. Now we'll go to the proximity effect. With the visco superconductor and this PCM. Just I will not go only all these statements has been performed in-house. These are on all the theoretical mentioned in the table of this theory has been performed on this. I am just relating the result which has been handled out. So this DC you can see that 107 when it is drawn on STO, when it is drawn on LAO is 100 and when it is drawn on ETO. So substrate itself has effect on the superconducting properties of the material. Now when we make studies of bilayer, these are the superconducting properties. Typically, coherence length in AB direction, coherence length in magnetic field in C direction. This have answer 45. Now you will see the DCM over input. See this DC, when we have single layer by DCM, DC is around 130, right? The moment we put DCMO, DC has gone down to 30 Kelvin. From 113 to 100 Kelvin it came down. So, and field transition has also increased. Now we'll see that what happens when you put, this is charge order material. Yeah, there is no magnetism. What happens? The question is why PC is decreasing when there is no any magnetic material involved. Then after analysis we have found that what happens when these couple is formed. Then PCMO, this charge order melting is taking place, and because of this melting, antiferromagnetism evolves because of the formation of this structure, and that tends to decrease the superconductor. Now I will see the transmitted with the ferromagnetic PCM. See here, the reflector. Earlier we have shown that PC decreased to from 113 to 100. Now here, because of the ferromagnetic, PC has gone drastically down to 74 Kelvin. So ferromagnetism has a very strong injurious effect compared to antiferromagnetic and other materials. That is the message. Now let me summarize this part already. Let me tell you that we have increased this phase of superconductor to 2 phase by introducing the lead substitution. Because of that, we have got high fraction of the superconductors of this phase, the which has PC of 110. And all of that is already I have not discussed this. Now I come to this one of the important area. Here we have below this is one substrate which I have not found. This is called silicon oxide substrate. Over this we have electrical insulator, and over this we have the iodine superconductor. And here we study we pass inject the current and measure the voltage across all the first and iodine. This is called junction bilayer, and this is junction. This is one is bilayer, which is another we have measured. All these have been measured simultaneously to see that how the properties of all the three layers evolve. You have seen that already. I am just repeating this just to refresh your memory. There is a similarity between these. Here also speed up and speed down forms a pair. Here speed up and speed down forms a flavor pair. They have some similarity between them, and you will see that how they are going to have been getting new properties evolved. This is the structure of this material. I will not go into details of this. The several studies we have performed based on substitution, high pressure, magnetic field. So dozens of papers are available in the literature. You can go through these things if you are interested. Just I will concentrate on the proximity part. Now you see the very amazing property here. This is superconductor of molybdenum. This is PC around 45 kV. See this molybdenum source transition. The moment you put over in this topological insulator, what property is just within ultra, it is like variable. Here superconducting transmission was taking place, here just become variable. Such a drastic change has never been seen. This is the first report in the international report where this property has been seen. And many works are going on this work. So, by discovering, we have analyzed and reported that this is coming there is a competition between the Cooper players and Taylor players. They are bringing this kind of properties. These are the way how to prepare the material. We have done similar studies in Nigerian and Malayalam and Nigerian and many other materials on this topological. And these are some of the results. I do not want to go into these experiments. But the message is there, when you have a single layer, the layer is different. The moment you put a Y there, see this is a single layer, narrowing one. When you put along with the pattern and proximity effect, so see this graph and this graph, how many changes you can see. Like that in all the cases you can see the I have summarized this. This is a whose TC is around 9 kV and whose TC is 13 kV. The moment you put elaborate topological expression, TC decreases by 1 kV. In all the cases, TC decreases, but the parameter which is very uncommon in many PCS type of superconductor is still not becoming extreme. You can see this, we don't expect very large number of this part. But in these cases, we have seen substantial variability. This is again proximity, but here we have taken ultra thin, where proximity is more pronounced. You can see the when you decrease the from 100 nanometer to 5 nanometer, then TC decreases proximity. And over if this you put the topological statement, there is a drastic change. This is very this has one very low proximity changes. These results are available. I will summarize this part where we have the topological statement with the structure with the ECS type of superconductor and see that how the property has changed. Mostly take home message is there. If you take the two ground states and try to vary with each other, then the behavior of the couple will be very different than whatever the crystalline ground state has. So this is the process by which scientists can modify the crystal properties of material or their application projects. And most of these materials are highly used can be used as potential application in the technological field, like the art of the conductor, art of the these are anti-particles of its own. Those particles are anti-particles of its own by so far experimentally people could not detect it. Now there is about topological superconductor, not we can increase superconductivity topological insulator also. The moment you increase superconductivity, there is a possibility of searching which has been theoretically predicted that experimentally has not been. So with this, these are some of the cases you can recent one these proximity these are all these are all now this is like and these so thank you very much for your attention.
Excellent talk. It's a very complex and intricate interplay of various kind of orderings and disorderings with superconductivity. So, I think a lot of other characters are involved in this.
Students, if you have questions, you can interact very informally. Anything पूछना चाहें जैसा
जैसा मन हो आपको सवाल पूछे थोड़ा गपशप हो जाए
हाँ चिट चैट You do not maintain any distance. जैसे
आपका सवाल सीनियर कैटेगरी में आता है, लिया जाएगा। हाँ जी। बच्चा लोग अब तक टीपी पूछ ले, टीपी भाई पूछ ले।
And just recently, 29th September, Urdu University scientists has claimed that superconducting behavior in a periodic structure, polar periodic structure. Which type of star writing is there in polar superconducting materials?
First of all, room temperature superconductor. I think you look at a few rooms. You do the class and look at some different temperature. But how often have it says? And often have they been produced? So this is what happens. You know, many times you see that a very strong drop in the super resistance happens at very high temperature also. All the drop does not mean it is superconductor. So nobody has unequivocally has proven that it is zero resistance, it has a national effect. All those things has not been proven beyond doubt. So myself in our library we try to reproduce, we have never reproduced. Because we have never found that kind of thing. Even the laboratory which has reported this thing, they have also not reproduced it. So there is a lot of question mark on the material part of this. We ourselves do not believe that this is board होगा तो हम यहाँ पूछ I am always in teaching mode, so because we teach regularly.
इसको हटा दीजिए पहले।
ठीक है आप बता देते हैं।
इसको बता दें।
अच्छा ठीक है कोई बात नहीं। प्रॉक्सिमिटी का मतलब है एक चीज को दूसरे के इतने करीब ले आओ कि एक का बिहेवियर दूसरा फील करना शुरू हो जाए। दिस इज इंटीमेट कॉन्टैक्ट। तो व्हाट हैपन, एक लेयर हमने इसमें लगा दिया YBCO का, जस्ट इसके ऊपर जो है बहुत ही क्लीन होना चाहिए इसका टॉप सरफेस जो है कंटामिनेट नहीं होना चाहिए। इसीलिए जब हम इसको डिपॉजिट करते हैं फिल्म को पल्स से डिपॉजिट में, तो उसका हम जो है सैंपल बाहर नहीं निकालते हैं, बाहर आते हैं कंटामिनेशन हो जाएगा। तो उसमें हम क्या करते हैं 3-4 टारगेट्स रखते हैं। पहले टारगेट में YBCO रखते हैं, जिससे वो YBCO को जो है एक जो हमारा सबस्ट्रेट है, सबस्ट्रेट जो है वो सिंगल क्रिस्टल टाइप सबस्ट्रेट है, सिंगल क्रिस्टल है, उसमें जो है एओ है, प्लेटिनम एल्यूमिनियम ऑक्साइड एंड डिस्ट्रक्शन लाइन। तो उसके ऊपर पहले ये YBCO जमा कर देते हैं। विदाउट वेलकम ब्रेक किए हुए हम रोटेट करते हैं टारगेट को, तो दूसरा टारगेट 5 ले आते हैं और उसके ऊपर जो है ये जो भी मटेरियल हमको चाहिए या समूह हो या फिर ट्रिपल हो, उसको डिपॉजिट करते हैं विदाउट ब्रेकिंग द बैकबोन, विदाउट टेकिंग आउट द सैंपल, सो दैट इंटरफेस शुड बी वेरी क्लीन। अगर इंटरफेस क्लीन नहीं है तो आप जो है प्रॉपर्टीज और बहुत ही एडल्टरेटेड प्रॉपर्टीज होगी। पहले हम बैकबोन जो है बहुत ही अच्छा बैकबोन -7 बैकबोन ले जाते हैं और उसके बाद जो है क्योंकि इसमें ऑक्साइड मिक्सिंग होता है तब उसको पहले प्योर उसके अंदर जो है कार्बन और ऑक्सीजन मिक्स करके डालते हैं, तो अल्टीमेटली जो है ऑक्साइड प्राप्त करना है, तो ऑक्सीजन इज अलाउड। लेयर इज फिक्स, वी हैव स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम 300 इज मैक्सिमम, सभी 300 नैनोमीटर्स का है, तो उसके बाद 100 है, 5 नैनोमीटर का भी है, 5 नैनोमीटर का थिन लेयर। Yes. We have a stylus. It can 1 angstrom of temperature. thin film. Compared to thin film, there is a change. No, वही आप पूछ रहे हैं ना? हाँ, substrate का very good question. Very good question, because if you ask the question, then I will be very happy to do more and more. Substrate itself plays a very strong role in dictating the properties of the material. When material becomes bigger, what will happen? Substrate has this crystalline structure, right? It is also cubic crystal. It is called single cubic crystal, and this is material is also. But there is a lattice mismatch. lattice parameter of this and these are because of lattice mismatch, either it will create tensile stress or compressive stress. And this stress is like the final pressure on the system, it changes its property. And this is equivalent. So we do both type of. First we'll do high pressure studies. High pressure only one direction you can do. You can have only compressive. But if you use substrate, you can have tensile also. Tensile there is no way we can do. Actually not reconstruction, it is putting some stress over it. Reconstruction can also take place if very large mismatch. But our aim is to not to change the property by stimulating the lattice mismatch. Our property to see that it's a real property having least mismatch. That's why we have chosen several substrates. Which one is matching best, that only will pick up and study their property.
Nanopoles laser chromatography.
Nanostructures. These materials are all nanomaterials.
You are using the nanopoles laser or
no, this is correct. Use possible.
But you are going to introduce somehow you are going to introduce the second.
This is 9 or 10 power minus 9.
Then the thickness is going to very much improve.
We have to.
What is your opinion about this one?
How far? Actually, when YBCO was discovered in 1956, people thought that within 2 years they will be able to conclude the process. So, till then, many people have, some people even ISC people have reported that room temperature, but it turned out to be just we should not use any word. It is not get published because it could not get authenticated. We have also tried to many materials whatever efficiently has been from lithium based material hydride and other things. We tried in our lab. We have got a drop in the resistance, but we have never got it.
You have shown a lot of failures of different approaches. How do you improve the stoichiometry of the whole thing? How? Stoichiometry.
Stoichiometry. Sometimes you do stoichiometry of the analysis. I have not found the all measurement. We have all the facilities of measuring. So our, if you see the lab, of the equipment, for that 50 crore equipment are there. So many things are there. So we do relax measurement, we do this XPS measurement, we have GEM, we have SENS, all these material evaluations.
Thickness control proximity of X. Whatever the studies will give. So what is the order of thickness up to which this proximity prevails?
Yes, the moment you go beyond the coherence length of superconductor, we do not expect proximity to get carried away with that. But what happens, miracle is there in high temperature superconductors and in topological cases. What we have found is that it goes beyond that coherence length also. But how it is happening is also requires more theoretical understanding of the system. Experimenting is important, but theoretical understanding has not reached up to the extent that we can experiment.
Will this thickness will affect the spin transfer property?
Yes, thickness is very sensitive to the spin transfer.
Just one last point. You integrate in your investigations, you are also investigating the transition metabolites, the high pressure condition. There are a number of studies reported on this transition metabolite as a function of temperature. Can you comment on what is the role of pressure on this?
Transition metabolite, we have, see, boride is very important material for our electrical so, transit management and other things we use because these are used as electron. So, we have to study the boride very good. But as far as this is not related to them, like many borides are intermediate. Some of them, like even iron boride, we have studied. They have 4B, that becomes superconductor. It's very amusing that person is having an iron which is killer of superconductivity, they have to use superconductivity. Some other borides are not from many borides are from even magnesium boride, that is the highest binary superconductors of magnesium. So many borides are having very interesting properties. And with pressure we have applied the pressure in the Saha boride and they have become superconductors. सभी के लिए वैरी होता है, सभी के लिए वैरी होता है, किसी के लिए ज्यादा वैरी होता है, किसी के लिए कम वैरी होता है। इवन ये नॉर्मल मटेरियल, नॉर्मल मेटल से ज्वाइन कर दीजिए, तभी को नॉर्मल मेटल उसके अंदर इलेक्ट्रॉन भेजेगा और सुपर कंडक्टर उसके अंदर ऊपर पेयर भेजेगा। तो जब ऊपर पेयर आएगा नॉर्मल मटेरियल में, तो नॉर्मल वाला सुपर कंडक्टर बन जाएगा और ये नॉर्मल वाला जब उसके अंदर सिंगल इलेक्ट्रॉन भेजेगा तो इसका सुपर कंडक्टिविटी डिटेरियोरेट हो जाएगा। अल्टीमेटली इंटरमीडिएट सुपर कंडक्टिविटी पे आ जाएगा।
Your high pressure Raman facility. Your high pressure Raman facility. High pressure Raman facility. How much pressure you can drive?
20 GPa you can go, but it depends upon the material. Many times pressure experiments are very tough.
What are the excitation waves? What are the excitation waves?
We have
helium
ion laser. We have mostly helium ion laser.
Not any UV.
Many other lasers are there. Whatever your requirement is there, which are there, and ask.
You cannot change the
variable. That yeah. Once you have mentioned, you have
this is 1 kilometer. Any other question?
थोड़ा थोड़ा आ जाते हैं।
ऐसे बोलो अपना आराम से।
आप माइक पे बोलिए। हाँ, वेरी गुड। नैनो मटेरियल की प्रॉपर्टी जो है वो बल्क से वेरी डिफरेंट होती है। इसका उत्तर जो है क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स देती है। आप बल्क का जो है आप पार्टिकल इन बॉक्स लीजिए, आप तो सिंपल स्टडी कीजिए। एक बल्क है, आप स्टडी कीजिए, आपको मिलेगा पूरा एनर्जी का स्टडी। सबसे पहले जो है आप द मोमेंट यू स्टार्ट डिक्रीजिंग द साइज, जब इफ यू हैव एन इनफाइनाइट साइज यू गेस क्वासी कंटीन्यूअस एनर्जी लेवल्स, राइट? दिस इज क्वासी कंटीन्यूअस। आपने उसको क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स पढ़ा होगा ना, जैसे जैसे उसका साइज इनफाइनाइट है तो पूरा लगेगा कंटिन्यूअम है, like the classical energy levels. The moment you start fixing the boundary condition, what is happening? Quantization is coming because of your boundary condition, right? Once you put the boundary, the quantization will start taking place. Your energy level gets quantized, right? The moment you start putting the size and size smaller and smaller, what will happen? Energy level is basically start increasing. So if you have a semiconductor like typical semiconductor, germanium, silicon, germanium have I think 0.7 electron volt. And silicon will have 1.02 electron volt. The moment you decrease this size in nano, this gap increases drastically because of the confinement, size reduction and quantization is taking place. Then energy can start increasing instead of decreasing. So large, this is just quantum phenomenon.
So these are very interesting things. Varying the thickness, you can tune the thickness to manage the stress on the lattice.
Yes.
And then you can.
Yeah, that's what that is. This is what whatever professor Meghnad has told, very important point, very nice thing he has told, that you can tailor the properties of the material by reducing its thickness and changing the stress of substrate. So stress dependent properties can be studied, and that of course is going on with these guys. Actually, this is very important in making many devices. आराम से पूछिए, नहीं आपको जितना हमको बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि हम अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी में अपने लोगों के साथ बात कर रहे हैं। जितनी देर तक गपशप हो, भूल जाइए कि साइंस कर रहे हैं वैसे ही। और सबसे बड़ी बात, आप लोग कभी भी क्वेश्चन पूछिए, ये ना सोचिए कि ये स्टूपिड क्वेश्चन होगा। ऑल द स्टूपिड क्वेश्चन इज द बेस्ट क्वेश्चन। जो आपको लगे कि हाँ ये जो है बहुत ही बेवकूफ़ी वाला सवाल है, एक्चुअली वो जो है नोबेल प्राइज वाला क्वेश्चन। तो कुछ भी दिमाग में आए उसको पूछिए, चाहे इससे रिलेटेड हो चाहे किसी चीज में, आप पूछिए जो भी। हाँ हमें थोड़ा सा माइक में बोलिए।
आपने कहा कि के लिए तो स्लाइड्स को अपने पास लाएं और दूसरे को बिहेवियर हासिल करते हैं, तो इसका बिहेवियर कौन सा होगा?
बिहेवियर क्या होगा? वही बिहेवियर के बारे में कह रहा है। देखिए एक सुपर कंडक्टर है, वो मैग्नेट सिस्टम के साथ आ रहा है, क्या कर रहा है? मैग्नेट जो कोई भी फेरोमैग्नेटिक होगा तो उसमें क्या प्रॉपर्टी है उसका, उसके पास एक्सचेंज फील्ड है। आपने पढ़ा होगा ना V6 एक्सचेंज फील्ड। फेरोमैग्नेट जब आपने स्टडी किया होगा उसका स्पॉन्टेनियस मैग्नेटाइजेशन उसके अंदर होता है ना, फेरोमैग्नेट के अंदर वो एक्सचेंज फील्ड डेवलप करता है। एक्सचेंज फील्ड का अपना डिस्टेंस होता है, पर्टिकुलर लेंथ तक वो जो है अफेक्ट कर सकता है। नॉट ओनली द मटेरियल, इसके अंदर पेनिट्रेट करेगा, सर्टेन डिस्टेंस तक जाएगा। तो जहाँ तक जाएगा वहाँ पर ट्राई करेगा कि ऊपर पेयर को ब्रेक करे, क्योंकि फेरोमैग्नेटिक में दोनों स्पिन जो है एक डायरेक्शन में, ठीक है। ऊपर पेयर में एक स्पिन उल्टा है, अप एंड डाउन डायरेक्शन में है। तो क्या करेगा, जो ये दूसरा वाला जो डाउन है उसको ट्राई करेगा अप करने की कोशिश। जैसे ये अप करेगा वो सुपर कंडक्टिविटी ब्रेक हो जाएगा। अब क्या हो सकता है कि दोनों में ब्रेक चल रहा है। सुपर कंडक्टिविटी ग्राउंड स्टेट इज ऑल्सो नॉट वेरी वीक ग्राउंड, इज वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग ग्राउंड स्टेट। मैग्नेट इज ऑल्सो वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग ग्राउंड। अब क्या होगा कि ये इसके कितनी दूर तक जाए, सपोज कुछ दूर गया तो मैग्नेट बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग रहा, द मोमेंट इसके डीप में जाएगा सुपर कंडक्टिविटी बिकम स्ट्रॉन्गर। तो व्हाट इट विल ट्राई, तुम्हारा जो स्पिन जो है अप वाला है, ये है अप एंड डाउन स्पिन पेपर, दिस इटसेल्फ विल ट्राई टू चेंज योर स्पिन डायरेक्शन। सो मैग्नेट जो ऊपर पेयर जो पेनिट्रेट करेगा मैग्नेटिक सिस्टम में, इट विल ट्राई टू इंट्रोड्यूस its property super magnetism itself. So many cases which has been seen, even ferromagnet can change the order parameter of superconductor. Means if it is Cooper type of magnet, yes wave superconductor, yes wave I have explained the conventional where up and down spin is there, it can change all up spin and still maintain the superconductivity. It will become P-type superconductor instead of S-type superconductor. This ferromagnet can change into P-type superconductor. That happens in case of topological insulator. What we was saying, it has some of insulator have shown that it has changed S-type to P-type superconductor.
I think it changes the symmetry structure.
Symmetry changes. Symmetry changes.
Space symmetry structure changes. That gives various values.
Any other question?
Many girls students are there. They should also ask a question. Many.
Yes.
Now this is when Parliament has passed the bill. So you have women scientists.
Yes. From the Madam Curie side. Nita, the challenge to ask questions.
Okay, one question. Why you want to read physics?
Yes. जवाब क्या? और सवाल पूछो. Yes, आप लोग इस तरह के डायलॉग्स बहुत कम
फिजिक्स क्यों अच्छा लगता है? कौन सा चीज है जो उसमें आपको बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग लगता है, क्यों अच्छा लगता है? आपको जो केमिस्ट्री लिए वो केमिस्ट्री अच्छा लग रहा होगा, हिस्ट्री वालों को हिस्ट्री अच्छा लगता है। वो हम देना दिखाना, हम पूरा नहीं उसका लिया एक सुपर कंडक्टर का पूरा लिया दूसरा लिया का आधा, इसका भी शेयरिंग करते हैं, इसका भी करते हैं, इसके बीच करते हैं।
So it's a very interesting delayed questioning continued till quite a long. This is so there's our बहुत धन्यवाद। Thank you. हमारे उदीयमान नए वैज्ञानिक हैं जिसमें हमारे ये भाई हैं और वो राजन वालिया साहब हैं जो 3 फिल्म
डॉक्टर टीपी यादव जी बनारस के आज के एक अभी लिस्ट निकली है 58 लोगों में टॉप 2% में फाइट किए गए हैं। ये खुशी की बात है डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पीस के लिए। आज यादव जी उसमें है,
आज 200 लोगों से भरा रहना चाहिए था और टॉप 2% के लिए कम से कम 200 तालियां होनी चाहिए। और आप लोग
conduct summer training program every year. So MSc previous student को हम 4 हफ्ते के लिए अपने यहाँ बुलाते हैं। हमने देखा इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी से लोग आते नहीं हैं, पूरे ऑल इंडिया से लोग आते हैं। वहाँ पे हम स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग दिया जाता है और लेक्चर्स होते हैं। तो आप लोग जब इस बार आए तो आप लोग अप्लाई कीजिए। तो और वैसे भी जिसको इंटरेस्ट हो आप उनको डायरेक्टली
आप अप्लाई करिए। मैं और बात बता दूँ, ये बता दूँ आपको ऐसी 3 टायर का किराया मिलेगा, खाने पीने का मिलेगा, घूमने को मिलेगा और यही साइंस करने का प्लेजर है।
And is also associated with the interactive program. हाँ, प्रोजेक्ट भी ये देते हैं, थोक के भाव लैब भी देंगे आपको, इसलिए कि इन्हीं को इसके लिए बुलाया गया है।
आपका मैडम क्यूरी बनने का यही रास्ता हो, इससे आप साइंस में कोई बड़ी खोज कर जाए। मैम आई एम सेइंग जोकिंगली बट इट इज अ सीरियस थिंग। ऐसे ही चीजें इवॉल्व करती हैं, ठीक है। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद पुनः आपको। और तो आपको और भी हम लोग बुलाएंगे। अभी हम लोग और मैंने जो पेपर्स देखे लोगों ने पब्लिश किए तो रिपोर्ट्स और क्या उन सब के पब्लिकेशन है वो भी नॉन ट्रिवियल काम है। अब या